Okay, the meeting of the, are we ready, Ashley? Okay. The meeting of the Rollingwood City Council will come to order at 7 o'clock p.m., Wednesday, December 15th. And we will call the roll.
Brooke Brown, here.
Alec Robinson here.
Phil McDuffie here.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Maskill here. All right, with that, we will move on to public comment. Ashley, do we have any public comment this evening?
I'm sorry, Karen. Wired and everything. Yeah.
Shanti, very excited to have you as the first public comment from Ms. Mayor.
Items not on the agenda. So I gotta go.
This is about us, isn't it?
Of course. You're the most interesting people
Oh,
in town. Anyway.
You're recognized, Shanti. Thank you for
Okay.
being here. If you would
Okay.
say your name.
Mayor, Council, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive, resident since 1984. I just have to remind myself I've been here for a long time. Anyway, I'm here to offer a special thank you to each of you. Didn't get a chance to do that last time. Each of you for serving our community. The current configuration of our council offers, I think, in my personal opinion, tremendous potential for achieving many of our community goals. I wish you well as you work towards the goal of transparent and citizen-centric council. I hope that's your goal. My comments today are about the crown jewel of our city, our park. On the most recent 2021 comprehensive survey results, residents listed our park as second in priority, next only to drainage and stormwater concerns. The overwhelming desire of the community was to keep the park as is, with the exception of better maintenance. Now, I got some show and tell here because we need to remember this going forward. Since June of 2019, when the council was on the precipice of selling the management of our park, the literal and figurative heart of our city to a private entity, and culminating in the months-long RCDC venture in 2021 to gain to gain council approval for locating a privately owned milk and cookie store operating for 14 hours each day, all year in the park. Rollingwood residents have been literally held hostage to decisions that did not bode well for us as a community or for saving our precious park. Luckily for us, here we go. Residents make offer to run Rollingwood Park. City nixes proposal for trust to run our park. Then we had a gathering to oppose milk and cookies in the park. A lot of citizens did that. Then there was a plan to put a store in the park. Then plan for cookie store crumbles. And then city moves ahead on dog park. Like, this is just information that has been very troubling for all of us as citizens. Luckily for us, both those decisions that I showed you about met with extraordinary opposition from the community and were rejected. Then there was the 4-1 approval of a new dog park to replace the current mixed-use area in August of 2021. That is thankfully off the agenda currently. The 2021 comprehensive survey showed a large number of residents in favor of retaining the current off-leash dog park. All these issues are not really in the rear-view mirror until we permanently make them so. I'm here with a proposal to you that you as a council take all necessary steps to preserve, protect, and defend our park to stay as a park for the enjoyment of all current and future residents of, for perpetuity of our city, for perpetuity. Perhaps we can have a rededication ceremony early next year to permanently dedicate the 8.934 acres of the park to the people of Rollingwood. Please keep our park a park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean.
Please keep our park a park.
Notice to everybody who's
Thank you so much.
online to put themselves on mute because we've got a little alien background noise over here.
Yes, happy to do that. For those of you listening online, we're still working through some bugs on this end. Unfortunately, we have some feedback if you're not on mute on your end, and I'm not sure that we quite know yet how to mute you from our end. So if you're listening, if you could please go on mute, that would be helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. I heard it too.
I thought someone was outside.
Okay, with that, we'll move on from item number 2, public comment. And just so council knows, it's chair's intent to take up public hearing item 3 and 4. And then with your approval, I'm going to take up item number 23 out of order. I think we have some residents here that may not be able to be with us for the duration of the evening. So I'm just putting you on notice that that would be the chair's intent.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I would just advise you that I have a fair amount of comment on item number 3. And so I might suggest, if it's possible, that we take item 23 first.
I'm amenable to that if the council is okay with that. All right, with that, council, we will move and take up item number 23 out of order, discussion and possible action regarding parking and safety along Rollingwood Drive between the Riley and Timberline intersection with Rollingwood Drive. I'll recognize Councilwoman Brown to open this up for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I received a letter earlier, about 10 days ago, from Jim and Catherine Harris, who live at the corner of Timberline and Rollingwood Drive, regarding concerns about parking along the south curb of Rollingwood Drive, particularly truck parking along that curb, and how it blocks the traffic from people who were exiting Timberline onto Rollingwood Drive, either for a left turn or a right turn at that intersection. There is the intersection to the west on Rollingwood Drive is the Riley intersection, and as you may be aware, there's a stop sign there, but there's a pretty significant hill between that stop sign and the intersection of Riley and Timberline. And so because the property at the corner of Riley and Timberline is under construction. I'm sorry, I misspoke a moment ago. There's a considerable hill between Riley and where Timberline intersects with Rollingwood Drive. And there's a lot that is under construction at the corner of Timberline, and so there's an expectation there'll be large trucks associated with that construction. It's a complete tear down and rebuild from what it looks like from the street. And so Ms. Harris is here tonight to explain some of the concerns that she has as a longtime resident and maneuvering at that intersection. And I think it's something we should look into and request that our Chief of Police advises as to the advisability of painting that south curb between Riley and Timberline yellow to prevent or taking action. I'm not sure exactly what action we have to take to prevent parking, if that has to be council action, but I would recommend whatever it is, we look into it and determine whether or not that's a good idea.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other opening discussion points?
One question I had, do we know,
Ms. Harris is here to speak too. I don't know when you would like to take
Happy
her.
to, Ms. Harris, would you like to speak for a few minutes? If you would just identify yourself.
I'm 65 and older, so I'm being very careful.
Okay, great.
Also,
If you just
have
identify,
been a resident, pardon?
if you just identify yourself for the record, that'd be great.
I'm Catherine Harris at 2501 Timberline Drive. Been here since 1981, so I'm a little older than Shanti. But we have seen many, many issues before this council, and this council has gone from good to bad to worse to good to and so forth. Anyway, it's been a real trip for 40 years. But that intersection, I discovered last year when they were building the house that now faces Rollingwood Drive at the intersection of Timberline, that when the cars park on the south side, it blocks the vision of vehicles coming down the hill. I did put this in at I gave it to Ashley, I believe she put it in your boxes or whatever. Anyway, I would like very much, and I think our neighbors would like to see that curb be no parking, because it's not just it's not just construction. There are other issues that cause people to want to park there, other events that bring people to park along that side. And every time they do, then it makes a dangerous intersection down on Timberline and Rollingwood. So to avoid, I don't want to really see an accident in front of my house, and I don't want to be in an accident. I have to exit my neighborhood or my street for that stop sign every single day, several times a day. So I would like very much for that south curb to be no parking. And it doesn't have to be from Riley, but almost from Riley. You could put a couple of cars at the top, and then it wouldn't block everything coming down the hill. But from the edge of my property to down to the stop sign, it certainly does block it, and particularly trucks, but even cars are big. You can't see, because if little cars are coming down the hill, then they're hidden by all the cars that are parked along the curb. So anyway, that's just our request that intersection be made safer and not less hazardous to any drivers using that route.
Quick question for you, and I should know this. I can't think at the moment where your driveway, is your driveway?
No, it's not my driveway is on Timberline.
Is it, okay, well, that's
But
what
I
I was
drive
wondering.
out of my driveway onto Timberline, then I go to get out of the city. I usually go,
Right,
to Rollingwood and then down to Mopac.
right.
The
okay.
other problem, which is really additional to this parking business, is the speed. I mentioned it in my little description to you, if you got that, the cars just race down that hill. I mean, I'm out in my yard all the time, and I'm just flabbergasted at how fast they go. I think we would benefit everybody if we had an electronic monitor somewhere between Riley and Vale that reminds drivers that they need to slow down. This is still a neighborhood, just like we have on the east end of Rollingwood. There are at least 2 or 3 electronic or otherwise monitor signs. There is nothing on the other end, the west end. On the east end, the west end has a lot on Rollingwood, and I've requested in the past at least parking pedestrian crossing signs at Vale, because people walk the neighborhood. And they need there's nothing down there at all to caution the drivers that they're still within a neighborhood and they need to slow down. So that's in addition to the request for the painting that curb. It's a simple solution. I could do it myself if you want me to. I've got lots of yellow spray paint because we've lived through ACL and all the events at Zilker for the last 40 years. I had to start painting my mailbox because they've just freely parked in front of my mailbox. And I have several cans of yellow paint for that purpose. and the federal law is that the customer has to keep it clear. You have to keep your mailbox clear or you won't get your mails. Is that it?
Great. Well, there may be another question or two.
Question?
Alec.
Oh, that was, my question was like, does it have to go all the way to Riley or
I
between?
think it would be best to make it all the way to Riley, but I will acknowledge that a car at the very top of the hill is not going to block somebody coming down the hill. But the further you go down the hill, past the intersection, that's when it starts, because particularly with their trucks, there were 20 trucks out there during the construction of the current new house. Now they're getting ready to put one right behind my lot, which is good. Everybody in the neighborhood is glad to see the lots being used. But on the other hand, I wish the builders could be required to either bus in their troops or provide parking somewhere else, carpooling or something, because 20 trucks, that's a lot. And those trucks are big. They're not little small Nissan type things. But anyway, that's just a request, particularly for the curb and the parking down within at least the car's length from the Riley intersection all the way to Timberline. Because you have to pull, if you're at Timberline Drive pulling into Rollingwood, you have to pull into the center of the road in order to see what's coming down the hill. And many times it's not just a car, it's a major, delivery truck or whatever. So,
In
Or
the,
cyclists.
is the stop sign at Riley the last stop sign on the east side of Rollingwood Drive before you get to Mopac? So
Yes.
cars that are
right.
familiar
Just race
right,
them,
will
and
race
they
from
know
that point
And they are lickety-split
to
down
Mopac.
that hill
Yeah.
to Mopac.
Okay.
And see, I don't always walk at the area as much as I used to, but we would go down, to Vale and go around that area. Boy, I mean, you have to take your life in your hands with your Vale and Rollingwood, because they don't slow up for anything. So, and there are also plenty of cars coming off of Vale turning onto Rollingwood there.
And is most of the problem that you're experiencing on your side of the street or on the opposite side of the street?
My side of the street, because my side of the street is where the stop sign is.
Okay.
The stop sign is on the south side of Rollingwood.
The only other comment I would make, or just question I have, is like the house that is going in there, do we know if its front is gonna face Riley or if it's gonna?
Well, I think the city allowed them to the older house that they tore down faced Rollingwood, but they used Riley as their entrance. So, that's just currently, I understand they were given permission to change it to face Riley, but I don't know for sure about that. But that's what I was told that they had done, that they asked for that, and I think they got it, which makes sense. The house next door is the same way. They're also getting ready to remodel that house. So that house right now, I believe, is empty, and it's gonna be under construction in addition to the new one that's going up on the empty
You're talking
lot.
about the Riley and Timberline?
Excuse me?
Riley and Timberline, that house?
No, it's still Timberline. So, yeah, we've got Raleigh and Timberline at two places.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and they're building across the street from that right now too, right?
Yeah.
Well, that one's
Yeah,
finished.
Yeah.
That's the one that's finished, and now the people living there, it's very nice. But, there's plenty of room on that north curve. If you wanna line up construction cars on the north, there's a lot of room, that's what they did before. But they spill over, they had, like I said, they had over 20 to 30 cars out there on any given day of construction. So, and they were on both sides of the road. But the main problem is that the stop sign in Timberline and Rollingwood, as you're coming down the hill from Riley, you can't see the cars coming down the hill unless you pull into the center of the road. And by then, you're gonna get hit. And particularly, only you can see trucks, of course, because they're tall, but small cars or just regular cars are not visible clearly when there's a line of cars parked along the south curve. I think it would just, if you just paint it yellow or red, whatever, like I said, I'll be glad to do the painting. I'll even pay for the paint. I just have to have permission to do it, so just let me know.
And is it a is it a problem though that you've seen not just with the construction, but you've
Well,
experienced this?
the city's gotten really good about ACL and the kite flying contest and the trail lights. Lots of things have changed in 40 years. It used to be they parked in our yards. I mean, they were parking over by the fire hydrant right across the street. That's why I had to paint my mailbox. They were blocking my mailbox. I couldn't get the mail until the ACL was over at 10 o'clock. So, it's just little stuff but ACL is a limited time. The other, construction, is every day, 5 days a week for 2 or 3 years. It was 2 years, the last house, the most current house that was built. So it's a problem, but I don't see any reason to not make it a permanent requirement that there be no parking between Riley and Timberline in that, on that south side. There's plenty of parking on the north side.
Any other questions for Ms. Harris?
I would make one other comment. I don't come from Riley to Timberline. So if you're parking on the north side of Rollingwood, and people coming from Riley onto Rollingwood, they may have the same complaint, because you'd still have to look around the line of cars before you could, but it's a four-way stop, so that's a little different. There's no restriction there at Timberline and Rollingwood.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any other questions for Ms. Harris? Thank you.
I want to thank you all for serving. 3 of you I know, and I'm delighted that you all are here, and I appreciate your giving your time to be the mayor. It's an interesting little town, but I think with the help of people like Jackie, Shanti, and many others who've been here many years, I just think we've managed to keep it a unique community, and I'd hate to see it to be anything else. I like to be a suburb of Austin.
Chair will call Chief of Police to just come to the
I have
dais.
spoken with the police, and I want to compliment them as well.
Okay.
Last year during the construction of that house, sometimes it was just so bad, if I saw them driving by, I'd say, would you please go ask those people to park somewhere else? So they would do it very kindly and cheerfully, and if there was a room over the north side, they needed to be parking over there because they were blocking everything on the south side. But anyway, we have a really cooperative community, I think, and I hope we keep it that way.
Thank you. Chief, step up.
Oh,
I think he set that up clearly. Well played, Chief, well played.
I'm gonna run, I have to go be somewhere.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Harris.
Thank you.
I'm happy to entertain any questions by the council reference this agenda item.
I just wanted to see if you'd taken a look at this intersection, what your history is with it.
Sure. So there's no question when there are vehicles parked there, it makes it difficult to see when you're coming up to that intersection because your line of sight is partially blocked by the vehicles that are parked there. But of course, that's true of any similar intersection. So I think we need to look at solutions, but we also need to be cognizant of, you know, if we this would be true of many places in the city, and if we were to do this at at some point we're limiting where vehicles can park. So the council may want to consider if they want to, instead of piecemeal as they get a complaint, look at the issue, or maybe have a more holistic parking plan for the city, because I mean, we're going to have construction vehicles coming here for the foreseeable future. And if you're saying they can't park here, then they're going to be in front of somebody else's house. And I can tell you, in all my years of law enforcement, one of the things that just gets people upset from the day I was a rookie till today is somebody's parked in front of my house. It's a public street. Well, they're in front of my house. It's a public street. I think part of the problem is when you have intersections that are neither stop sign or crosswalks, there's not any prohibition against getting, I mean, you can't park in an intersection, but in Texas, you know, if it's a stop sign, you gotta be 30 feet back from that stop sign. And that gives you that visibility that she would need. And that's why you don't probably hear the same complaints on Riley, because you have all stops there. We don't have, I think, any formal crosswalks here. They have to be marked crosswalks. So that allows an intersection like that to have cars right up to the edge. If the council is considering something like that, I would say maybe something in the order of, you know, and a municipality can designate areas to be non-parking if they choose, but I would just be thoughtful about it and make sure that we're able to articulate while we're doing that. You know, I would like to see all intersections have sort of a space where you can't, you know, because her issue is going to be the same for a lot of other areas. And at least in this particular instance, it's a straightaway. I mean, we have areas in the city where you don't see what's coming around the corner of the curve. So this is not one of the most dangerous, but obviously, you know, I can see where she's irritated because she's having to creep out beyond where she's normally used to stopping at the stop sign. But I mean, that's just the way it is in intersections all over the world. You have to creep out, but probably, you know, maybe consider again a holistic approach where we say 15 or 20, 30 feet from each intersection. We're going to maybe paint and designate them as no parking, and that gives that visibility, particularly with our terrain, with our hills and our curves and our trees. You know, it might be different than a more flat, gridded sort of community. So, but I would just be careful about individually approaching this without, because then some other neighbor's going to say the same thing, and pretty soon there's not going to be any parking in the city. And you know, like I said, we're going to have construction for the foreseeable future.
And is the law 30 feet right now from a stop sign?
30 feet from the stop sign, as on the approach to the stop sign. So, you know, so if you have a four-way stop, you've got a pretty good area. I'm not saying everybody always follows that, but we can, at least it's enforceable. One of the things, though, we don't have, as she pointed out, is there's not any sort of markings or paint to sort of indicate that, and that would, I think that's a very inexpensive and helpful way to, you know, you get out of your car and you see it's yellow here and the line stops there. I think everybody can understand.
The concern I see here is there's not a stop sign at Riley and Timberline. There's not a stop sign on Rollingwood Drive
Timberline,
at
right.
Timberline. There's not a stop sign on Rollingwood Drive at
Yes, ma'am.
Timberline, so that 30 foot wouldn't apply to people coming down Rollingwood.
Correct.
When I drove by this intersection, and there's the hill, but there's also, it's not straight down the hill. There's a bit of a curve. So if you're on Timberline and turning to the left particularly,
Mhm.
you really do have to get out to the middle of the intersection if there's something parked along that south side of Rollingwood, because it's because of the angle of the car on Timberline trying to turn. It's the Timberline is where Timberline joins Rollingwood Drive is a little set back from where Riley joins Rollingwood Drive, and so you've got the hill plus an angle issue there. So I see it as being
You're correct, yes. The
More
stop sign is for the people on Timberline,
right.
not for the folks on Rollingwood. So again, that allows them to encroach closely, and that's why I was recommending maybe we look at just having some feet back from every intersection, but particularly those that aren't already stops, because there's no enforceable way to address that currently.
Well, that wouldn't help if you're trying to turn from Riley. I mean, if you're trying to turn from Timberline onto Rollingwood Drive, making you stop sooner than the stop sign won't help the vision problem.
No, not the person stopping. The people parking on Rollingwood would, if you were to designate a portion from that intersection as a no parking area, they wouldn't be right on top of Timberline. So when someone's pulling out, you'd have
Yes,
some space,
I think that's the solution.
and it would be
yes.
the similar thought process of why you have 30 feet from a stop sign, so that you have a little bit of extra visibility,
space.
a couple extra seconds to see a car
I
coming.
I understand.
Would
what
be
you're
a
saying.
thought I had.
And that was my point, is you
Yeah.
sort of have the 30 feet is sort of already standard on the side with the stop sign, so that could be something you base your decision on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big distances are, 15 for a fire hydrant, 20 for a crosswalk, 30 for a stop sign. And we're kind of unique here because there are no sidewalks. A lot of these things would take care of themselves, but we don't have these sort of crosswalks. We don't have sidewalks. So, it's just somebody's yard. I mean, theoretically it's an easement, but it's just somebody's yard, and then you're right on the street. So, yeah, possibly looking at these intersections around the whole city and maybe designating so many feet back to provide some visibility, I think would be inexpensive and still not take a whole, block where somebody couldn't park.
Yeah.
And my OCD kicks in if you're going to have a 30 feet where the stop sign is. I would want it to be 30 feet on the other side so you don't have a.
Oh.
Have your colors,
It would,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's a way to do something temporarily to address this while construction's going on, like simple as requesting that they park up on Riley in this instance or something like that. Mainly because I'm thinking of, as you pointed out, there's several other areas that are very dangerous. Every several times a day, I'm going up Rollingwood Drive, and near Rollingwood and Wallace, I believe it is, they're on both sides of the street. The street's already narrow, and that is cresting a hill right there. If they picked one side or the other, or even better, went over onto Wallace or something like that where they're not there, that would be a lot safer than it currently is. But right now, it's a massive squeeze point right there at the crest of a hill that every time I'm coming over, I'm fearful of another car coming right into me. If there's any way to, rather than have it be a permanent solution, but actually it's during the construction with all the construction cars, that's really the issue.
Yeah, and that's a good suggestion. It's not without precedent, because we had sort of the same kind of blind corner, if you remember, Rollingwood and Edgegrove when they were building that house. And it was just, what we did is we had some cones, and at first we were putting them out, and then we asked the the construction guys, hey, in the morning, can you set these up? And they actually did it for us, so there's, there's opportunities to do things like that. It's not codified, it wasn't, but I mean, sometimes you just ask folks. So we could put up cones or temporary signs too, and see, whatever is the desire of the council.
Say if Catherine was willing to paint her curb, she might be willing to put cones out on the,
Yeah.
on the side.
I didn't say anything about it, but it looks like she already has on the. In front of her mailbox, it looks to be yellow. So, we're just gonna pretend like we didn't see that. Okay, any other questions for Chief?
I think if there is a potential issue in other locations, that it would be, not that you guys don't already have enough on your plate, but it would be helpful if you, as you guys are driving around, identify places
Mhm.
where there are concerns with safety and visibility, and came back with a recommendation on what we could do to make things a little safer.
And we could, it's a small enough city that we certainly could take note of the various intersections that we think might benefit from maybe preventing parking right at those intersection points.
And I'm happy to work with Ms. Wayman and Chief to see if we can't come up with a list like that. And in the meantime, Chief, happy to work with you. I'm not sure it would take council action, but if we could do something with the cones on a temporary basis, just around that area, like you did on the Timberline, or on the Edge Grove. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
I feel like I just need to make sure everybody understands what the law is for purposes of no parking, so that you're not making these decisions in a vacuum. In order to enforce no parking in a city, you have to adopt an ordinance, and you have to specify the location, and you have to have signage showing that it is a no parking zone. I'm not sure whether or not it painted red would be sufficient under the law.
No, it does require signage.
Yeah, so it does require, you would have to put signs up that says no parking, either in between the signs, or if you were doing it in the way you were describing it, from here to the corner.
Yeah.
But it would require an ordinance, it would require the place to be designated and specified in the ordinance, and it would require signage to be purchased and placed on, in the city's right of way for purposes of establishing notice that it's illegal parking.
Thank you, Counselor.
Yeah, I think it's referred to as official signs, so I think it would take action on your part.
And that is an important point. If we have to post signage on every single intersection, that's a lot of signage.
Does it have to be permanent?
So long as you're enforcing it, yeah, it would be.
Yeah, so you cannot enforce a no parking regulation unless you have a sign.
Well, right, but does it have to be a permanent sign? So it is something that you could put
Oh,
up?
yes, I see what you're saying. No, it doesn't have to be a permanent sign. I suppose if you were, if you wanted to do something that was, okay, we want to pass a law that says that no parking within so many feet of a construction area is a violation, that we could have temporary signs that could be placed during the construction time to provide the appropriate notice for purposes of no parking. Yeah,
Right.
I guess this is policy, but it just seems to me there could be risk of somebody moving that sign. Although maybe not in Rollingwood, but in some of my other communities, that would always be a risk. And of course, the cone issue is a good temporary solution, but it is not at all enforceable. If somebody decides to move the cone and park there, we can't write a citation for that.
Well, my recommendation would be that we authorize Chief Brady to work with Ms. Harris for placement of cones along the side of her property on Rollingwood Drive as a temporary solution while we consider whether or not to mark that portion of the street as no parking on a permanent basis.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
We have a motion, Counselor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown? vote aye, vote no.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
May I ask you a quick procedural question? When we were Zooming,
Yes, ma'am?
we had to vote individually by name. We didn't used to do that. When we were in person, we used to say, everybody in favor, aye, everybody opposed, nay. Do we still have to
We can do it however you wish.
call our name? Well, I just wondered if it was still required.
I'm used to doing it as a roll call vote every time, but we can do it however you would like.
It's hard to see if you vote by hand motion if you're watching on camera.
That's what I was
Our
thinking.
technology's not
Since
quite
we've-
crisp enough to see that very
Since
well.
we kind of moved to those being able to watch online, it might, I think it may be, in the interest of transparency, a little easier if we do a roll call vote every time. All right, with that, we'll move back up the agenda to the public hearing. Item number 3, public hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve an ordinance to update Chapter 107, Article 5, Division 3, Board of Adjustments of the City of Berlinwood Code of Ordinances to meet state requirements. And I will ask Mr. Zek to fill us in on the details here.
So the state law requirements that were changed with respect to this Exhibit A, the big one is that, well, there's two big ones, I suppose. The notice requirements. Previously, when there was a zoning board of adjustment hearing for a special exception or variance, it required that the entire city be notified of the hearing. This has been changed to be only those, basically only those within 250 feet of the lot where the variance is being requested. And then the second thing is, this legislative session, there was a change in the law that authorized zoning boards of adjustment to consider some issues when considering a variance as applied to a structure that wasn't previously authorized. And we have taken that language out of the legislature and inserted it directly into our ordinance. And that is found in section 107-493, variances, and subsection D, criteria for zoning variance approval. We have added a section 8, which includes the additional requirements as allowed by the legislature, which is they can take in, the zoning board of adjustment may now take into consideration the financial cost of compliance is greater than 50% of the appraised value of the structure as shown on the most recent appraisal roll certified to the assessor for the municipality under section 2601 of the tax code. Number 2 would be compliance would result in a loss to the lot on which the structure is located of at least 25% of the area in which development may physically occur. Number 3 is compliance would result in the structure not being in compliance with the requirement of a municipal ordinance, building code, or other requirement. Number 4, compliance would result in the unreasonable encroachment on an adjacent property or easement, or the municipality considers the structure to be a non-conforming structure.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions for council?
So the requirement that notice be provided to everyone in the city is still in there for variances in commercial and park zoned properties, right? Non-residential properties.
Bryce drafted this one. I'll double check. I know we didn't discuss, I know it is for park. Let me double check commercial.
While Carrie's checking that, Councilwoman Brown, you said you had some questions?
Well, let's get an answer to that one first,
Okay.
because, that was, discussed when this went before planning and zoning, and the sense of that group was that we should keep the existing notice requirements, which required 30 days notice. It's not prohibited by law, we're not compelled to make a change there. And even though planning and zoning has voted to table this for their further consideration, I'm not sure if there's been
So I can clarify a bit. So we did have a public hearing and discussion at planning and zoning. And, planning and zoning's recommendation was to,
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Could you just identify
get on
yourself?
the microphone for the record. Planning and zoning's recommendation was that all residents of the city of Rolling Wood be notified if it was a variance request for the park. Their recommendation was for a variance request related to commercial was that it be for those within 250 feet.
Well, I don't believe a vote was taken.
A
ultimate-
vote was not taken. That was their suggestion to the planners,
Right.
and then on.
Well, there was a vote taken, and that vote was to table and not recommend that this draft ordinance go forward to the city, because they wanted to do their work on it and didn't have an opportunity to do it.
Correct. So this is not the same draft as what went to planning and zoning.
So
This
we
was
don't-
revised, and then in discussion with Charlie, Charlie said this actually doesn't need to go to planning and zoning at all. It can go straight to city council. So we decided to bring it straight to you all.
So that brings up one of my concerns.
Okay.
That is that this subject matter, I didn't realize it was a change from what was presented to planning and zoning, but this draft ordinance went to planning and zoning. They met at their October meeting. They got the draft the night before their meeting. At that meeting, there were comments from the public about the change in the notice requirements, and so that was discussed by planning and zoning. And they did debate whether or not to recommend this changed ordinance to the council, and determined that they wanted to take the time to do their work on it before it came here, and so they voted to table. So I would recommend, for that reason, that we not address this until planning and zoning has taken it up. And then the second concern I have is that this draft, in my opinion, is not just a draft that addresses legislative changes that are required, but a draft that's a wholesale revision of the grounds for granting variances. Currently, our ordinance has a set of criteria for granting variances that applies to residential property, and a second set of requirements that apply to granting variances for commercial property. The new conditions that are required by statute have been added, but what has happened in addition in this draft is to eliminate the distinction between residential and commercial variances and come up with a whole new set of criteria that aren't found in the current, that differ from the current ordinance. And that is the reasons for those changes in the criteria, which the city gets to set. They get to decide on what grounds will we allow either a residential or a commercial or an other property to be given special treatment under our zoning laws. We, the city, can decide what those criteria are, how strict or lenient we want that to be. But this draft ordinance makes significant, may I finish, significant changes there. For example, under the current ordinance, if you're a commercial property, the first criteria that you would have to meet is that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land. That's been omitted. We have a memo that doesn't say what changes have been made. I spent 3 hours on Sunday and we don't have a red line. I spent 3 hours on Sunday going through this, and I'm not sure I know all the changes yet, because we don't have either a red line or a simple memo saying we changed section B because of this problem. And I think it's time that we when we're doing an ordinance especially, that it would make it a lot easier and a lot less time consuming at the council level to have that red line, because the red line will tell us, here is what has been changed. It's visual, it's easy to look at and know what to change, where the changes are. And then a memo that says for each change, here's why we recommend X over Y. It's simple. I'd like to see that happen, and I'd like to, I don't know whether the proper motion here is to deny this proposal or to table it pending a recommendation from planning and zoning, but I don't think it's something we should take up today. And when it comes back here, I'd like to request that we have a red line that shows the changes from the current ordinance to the new ordinance and has a rationale for each of the changes.
I
The-
appreciate that. And as Councilwoman Hudson will remember, I had the very same recommendation years ago, and we did do that for a while.
Very helpful.
And so I'm sensitive and agree with, it's a legislative drafting
Exactly.
that I'm familiar with, and that I know that you're familiar with too. I'll commit to you to work with council and try to start bringing it in that form. I will say the numbers, we at least number the lines that we used. That was the only thing that held over. And so we will make an effort to do that. What I would say is I think maybe we need some more clarity on what is required from the statutory changes from last session and what is not. If there are things here that are new, then we probably do need some further discussion on that. Counselor, do you have thoughts? Do you think that, as I understood it, this item was coming to us to align our statute or our ordinance with state statute?
Well, that's what the memo says, but I don't think that's correct.
I'd just like to interject really quickly that I know that the noticing provision was brought up and there was concern that that has been changed. If you will refer to line 177 of the document, it says, the owners of property located within 250 feet of any point of the variance is requested for when the variance application relates to a residential lot, and all property owners located within the city when the variance requested relates to a non-residential lot. So that was put, no change was made in this draft to that. I have no other comment, just a clarification, what's before you.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you, Gary.
Mayor, may I say something? One thing I did notice about that, when I was trying to do what Brooke said, I was trying to go back through what we have and then this one and line up what was the same, what was different. And it's true, this 250, the residential lot line, I noticed that. It said previously residential district, and so I don't know if there's any difference between a residential district and a residential lot, but that's one thing I did notice.
I think a lot of this will get cleared up if we bring back a little clearer version with some underlined language of what's being added and what's being deleted. That being said, in preparation for that, do we need to take action? Are we, I assume this has already taken effect as of September 1.
Well, parts of that. Just the part dealing with the new legislative changes. Yeah, if the council would like to take the action that Council Member Brown is requesting, which is to go back to planning and zoning, then you would have to take specific actions to recommend that this go to planning and zoning for consideration. If, on the other hand, you simply want it to come back in a red line form so that you can see more clearly what changes have been made, just a general consensus with that would be.
Two comments there. I would recommend this go back to planning and zoning. If we're going to encourage those boards and commissions to be the substantive body for dealing with these kinds of changes, you know, we do that with various boards, then we and they want to do the job, then we ought to send it back to them, in my opinion, and get their reasoning if there's a reason to change the criteria for granting a variance. They're closer to that question than the council is. I'm only close to it because I sat on the Board of Adjustment for a couple of months. But so I think if they want to do the job and they clearly decided whether or not to punt or to recommend or to table, and they chose to table rather than to punt it up to the council, then I think we ought to take advantage of their being closer to the problem. The second thing I would say is there was a 2019 change to the statute that limited who can appeal a decision of the building official. And for reading the legislative history of that, there were problems in some areas with serial challenges to decisions of building officials in order to prevent a project from being developed. And so now if in statute in the 2019 legislature they adopted an amendment that prevented or that limited who could file an appeal of a decision of a building official to the property owner or an affected person. And I don't see that change in the draft that's been brought to us. So I think there's a 2019 change that needs to be taken into account too.
Certainly. I'm not a huge fan, from a legislative drafting standpoint, of copying, and I'm not saying you're incorrect, I'm just saying that was not
Well,
in the, who could appeal the decisions was not in the original ordinance.
right.
And so we didn't include it, because it wasn't in there originally, so I just didn't add it, because it's state law, and we have to comply with state law anyway, and so if someone files an appeal and they're not authorized under the statute, we would tell them.
But it creates a public problem if a person files an appeal because they've read the ordinance and they're authorized to do it, but they they file the appeal and then we have to tell them, well, our ordinance is incorrect. You cannot file an appeal. I think that's a problem. We can't create that right of appeal.
Yes, ma'am, if you would have let me finish, I would have gotten to that.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I interrupted.
However, even though I'm not a fan of, because the legislature changes every 2 years they make a change, and then as a result of that, we have to do what we did here. We have to go in and we have to add or subtract. So that's why I'm not a fan of it. However, if you would like for those things to be in it, we can absolutely do that, because as you mentioned, that is one thing that council members mentioned why they do like those statutory procedural issues within the ordinance, even though we may have to go back and change them from time to time. And so we can absolutely include that in this ordinance. It just wasn't in there originally, so we didn't add it back, that's all. So I'm happy to do it.
So my only suggestion would be that if you do send this back to Board of Adjustment for further consideration, that you frame your motion in a way that that says they shall align our ordinance with state statute and any other additions that they see
Any other
fit.
recommended
Because
changes.
what I wouldn't want to do is send it to BOA, they punt again and say, we're not doing that, and then we're back in the same position of not being fully in compliance with state statute, so.
And I'm sorry, you wanted to send it to the Planning and Zoning Commission, right?
Right, it was
Oh.
planning and zoning that had it, yes. I think because they're in charge of the substantive law as to variances
No, they are not. State law is in charge as to the substantive law variances.
within the city.
No, the state law is
Okay.
in charge of the substantive law of the variances.
Okay,
State law
I'll
is-
rephrase. Planning and zoning would recommend whether or not a variance ought to be granted in any particular substantive
I
grounds.
think we're saying the same thing, but I want to be clear. Planning and zoning does not get to decide in what situation a variance will be granted. The
The council does.
No, the zoning board of adjustment does based on the statute.
Okay.
The statute. let me
We're,
read you
we're
the
part,
statute. I think we're on the same page. I think we are.
if you'll listen carefully, I'm saying the criteria for granting a variance is a decision that is made by, it is a decision made by the council.
No, ma'am. The statute.
The criteria are left, this council can decide whether they want to grant a variance for X, Y, and Z condition.
No, ma'am.
There is a general governing law, but for example, the question of whether it's the minimum requirement, what we have in our current ordinance for commercial properties, that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land. That is a criteria for granting a variance that the city may adopt by ordinance.
I disagree. The statute says very clearly under section 211.009, the authority of the board. So the state statute spells out the authority of the board. And it says that the board of adjustment may, in section A3, authorize in specific cases of variance from the terms of the zoning ordinance if the variance is not contrary to the public interest and due to special conditions, a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship, and so that the spirit of the ordinance is observed and substantial justice is done. And so when people appeal those decisions to the district court, which is where those decisions get appealed to, the case law has laid out the criteria for when that is met. And so the statute lays out the criteria for the zoning board of adjustment. Some of the sections that are in the current ordinance is actually out of case law. That's why I was not too concerned with some of it that was in there. But some of it are things that the case law does not support.
I'd like a briefing on that.
We can do that.
If you believe that a section that's in the current criteria in our ordinance is unlawful and that we may not impose it, I'd like to, that's exactly what we're asking for. Say, this criteria is not authorized by law because of this case or this statute.
Absolutely.
We will gladly get together and have that discussion. In the meantime, what is the council's recommendation for this evening, and how you would like to send it back? And you want to send it to P&Z, is that right?
That's where it's been.
Okay.
I would recommend that the council, I would move that the council take no action on this matter, and that we do so on the grounds that this matter remains before planning and zoning, and we should give them due opportunity to act on it. I don't know if you want to put a time limit on that,
Are
or
you going to ask them to ensure that the ordinance complies with state statute?
well, I think they should decide whether or not to recommend amendment of the ordinance based on the memo they get from our council. And then it'll come back to us with yes or no on that question, and we make that call ultimately.
Okay. Do you want to restate I'm not sure I caught that much.
Well, I don't think we have to restate that. I think that's what will happen. I would recommend.
I'm looking out for Ashley. She's having to write the motion
Yes.
down. So.
I recommend that the council table action on this item, and that we do so with direction back to planning and zoning, that we will refrain from further action until we hear from planning and zoning, until they've had an opportunity to act on the matter that's pending before them.
You have a motion, council.
Second.
You have a motion motion, Ms. Hudson seconds. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Councilman Robinson?
Aye.
Councilman McDuffie?
Aye.
Councilman Hudson?
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, public hearing, discussion, and possible action to consider a request for a variance from the city's Code of Ordinances, section 24-90D4. A monument sign must be set back at least 10 feet from the boundary line of the property. I'll ask Ms. Kaler to step to the microphone and give us a little background.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request for variance from the sign ordinance. These types of variances go before council rather than the Board of Adjustment. And the applicant is here, and I'd like to allow him to present his case first, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kaler. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Andy Leffler. I work with Custom Sign Creations. I'm working for the applicant, Austin I, that is built a very nice building on Rollingwood, or on Bee Cave Road. And we have a I don't know if they gave you any printouts of some of the backup, I guess.
It's in their packet.
It's in their packet, okay.
Packet, Councilman.
So we have one sign that's going at the corner of Bee Cave Road, and it's I believe it's a private drive, not a named a road, going to some other buildings behind it. And the topography and characteristics of the property don't allow the sign to be seen if we set it back 10 foot from the property line from both directions. It falls behind a retaining wall that drops about 5 or 6 feet below the grade of the street level. And there's some other trees, and there's a lot of live oaks that kind of line the front of the property. And so at the corner where sign A is located, we're requesting the sign encroach upon that 10-foot setback in order for it to be visible, so that the clientele going to Austin I is able to safely navigate into their parking lot and get their eyes corrected. Which is even more important for a sign to be visible, so.
By definition, they need to know where to turn.
I don't know if there's any questions or comments.
I'm okay with the requested variance with one condition, and that is if Bee Cave Road is ever widened, that would require those signs to be moved because they're now closer to the curb than they are currently, that this variance be granted with a condition that that be done at no expense to the city. You know, I don't know whether or not that would potentially be an expense to the city, but if Bee Caves Road is widened and we've allowed you to put something in that would not be there, that becomes too close to the curb because we've allowed this variance, then we want that to be done at your expense and not the city's, would be my only condition.
I doubt if the client would have an issue with that. I wouldn't want to speak to that directly, but it's something that we can definitely discuss with them. I mean, they're doing a lot of this eminent domain stuff up on North Lamar right now, where they're asking people to move their signs back. The city is having to pay for some of that because it is taking some of their property. So I'm guessing there would be some offsets to some of that cost.
Jump in here
Oh, yeah,
for just a
sure.
second.
It wouldn't be a condition that you wouldn't have right of eminent domain. It would just be the cost of moving the sign that would want to be waived.
So currently, TxDOT has right-of-way. It's a variable right-of-way along there, and this would be at the property owner's property line, not all the way to the curb. So we would still have that right-of-way for the road expansion. Now, if TxDOT came in at a later time and wanted to impose additional right-of-way, that would be an eminent domain scenario. But as it is right now, this would be an encroachment on that 10-foot building line setback, not on the TxDOT
I
right-of-way.
understand that. But the concern would be, there's one sign where it's sign A. Where the property line is closest to the current right-of-way. And so if there was any expansion of Bee Caves Road, then that sign would be at the curb. So that's the concern I would have, that we get a condition that would wouldn't make that a future expense of the city if that sign had to be moved because of widening of Bee Caves Road.
Good.
Absolute legitimate condition. I think I have a solution to make sure that condition is satisfied. First of all, the eminent domain issues would not be the city's issue, it would be TxDOT, because TxDOT is the governmental entity that would be coming in and using the powers of eminent domain to acquire the property. The sign would not be allowed to remain in TxDOT's right away anyway, because it's a private sign and TxDOT would make them move it. That said, if we measure the distance from where we are going to allow the sign to be placed to the current edge of the road, and include in our approval the condition that it always maintain that distance. That way, if TxDOT does come in and they utilize eminent domain and take property, and the sign ends up being closer, then they would be required to move it to fit within that distance. I think that satisfies your concern about the distance.
Right. What I've heard from Tom Farrell regarding TxDOT right-of-way is TxDOT won't approve your widening unless the city agrees to contribute to that. Those
That's a very good
easements.
possibility, yes, ma'am.
And so that's why I just want to make sure there's a condition here that,
We can do that.
okay.
So include
I would
that.
say to the curb or the TxDOT right-of-way,
Yes, ma'am, whichever you prefer.
you'd maintain that same distance in the event of a widening of the road.
Is there another way to do that where we grant the variance and say that this is conditioned upon the current configuration of the road, and if the road changes, that this variance is voided and would need to come back for
Absolutely, we can do it that way
reconsideration?
too. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that way we don't have to measure anything and say it's like, as long as the road's here, we're good, and if the road moves, then we have to look at it again.
And it makes more sense because if line of sight and things get blocked,
Right.
we need to revisit the
And
entire thing again
Yeah,
anyway.
there may be other things we would need to consider.
Okay, any other questions?
I have one other, and now my computer just climbed out on me. I have one other question, and it doesn't look like the variance includes this, but in B, whatever this is I'm looking at, on the code requirements where it says information on sign in B, it says information display on monument sign is limited to the name and logo of residing establishments, and there's more information on their sign than that.
I'm sorry, are you talking about where it says surgery, patient pickup, is that what you're referring to? So that's considered wayfinding, and I would consider that to be acceptable since it is combining that wayfinding information with that, monument.
So do we have different requirements for wayfinding?
noticed that there's like a little sign there now that has some wayfinding.
And
Is that gonna
that's
go away, or
temporary,
is that-
yes.
okay.
That's been in just temporary for these permanent signs to be built.
Okay.
And so, yeah, that would be pulled out. It's just staked in the ground currently.
Okay.
So wayfinding signs may not exceed 2 square feet area. Wayfinding signs may not exceed 2 square feet in area, or be over 6 feet high. I feel like there's a little bit of wiggle room, since this is wayfinding for a sign. I think you could consider the lettering, that 2 square feet area on the monument sign. I feel like that would be acceptable, but if not, then I would recommend that they apply for a separate variance specific to including wayfinding on a monument.
Yeah, I think if it's not clear right now, I mean, we have not allowed variances that have not been requested, if you will. And I feel like that's what we would be doing here if we're allowing them to put wayfinding on a sign that doesn't meet our current requirements, that we should expand the variance request to make sure we're clear what all is being altered from the code.
I'll defer to Charlie, but I would suggest that if you're comfortable with this monument sign being in that location, that you could approve the request for variance for the monument sign itself, and then they could come back and request a variance from the lettering or the lettering height on the wayfaring. They could apply a separate variance, but that would allow them to go ahead and get noticing up for the hospital, which is already accepting patients, and then they could add those, it's their aluminum letters, then they could seek an additional variance over that 2 feet for the wayfinding and just add it to the bottom. And that would allow them to go ahead and have clear visibility for the patients.
Okay. Just a request from those at home. I think folks are having a little bit of trouble hearing, so if everybody could just speak into the new, very large microphones, that'd be great. You shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion. Sarah, you seem to have a line on how to make the motion with regard to future development.
Okay. I move approval of the variance from the city's code of ordinances, section 24-90D4, for the setback from the boundary of the property line, as requested, on the condition that if the road location is altered, that the variance is voided and needs to be reconsidered.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second by Mr. Duffy. All those in favor, is there further discussion?
So what did we decide we're doing about the wayfinding part of it?
That'll be another one.
We're gonna come back for that after some other discussion. Any other discussion, council? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilmember Brown,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
McDuffie,
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thanks for the
And then,
consideration.
So we don't need any other motion for requiring them to get a variance on the wayfinding part? You'll just go convert.
Well, you're,
I'll make sure that they get an application in for the next meeting.
okay, with that, we'll move on to presentations. Agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action on a presentation from Biggerstaff Heath Delgado Acosta LLP regarding updates for the proposed South Mopac expansion project and possible public comment on behalf of the city of Rollingwood. And I think we've got folks here. Great. If you'll identify yourself for the record.
Philip Arnold. I'm a partner at Bickerstaff Heath, Delgado, and Acosta.
Thank you, Phil. Take it away.
Oh, all right. Thank you. This is just an update. We were engaged by the city to advise on how to put forth the city's position regarding the South Mopac expansion project. It has been stalled, as I'm sure most of you know, because of COVID. But we're asked to come give a recap. Things have kind of picked back up. There's an open house that started again. This will be open house number 5. And they are now taking public comments. It's a virtual open house. So it opened in November. It will close in January 7th, I believe. I've got a slide with the date, but I believe it's January 7th. So they're taking public comments on the proposed options. So technically, if you look on their website, these are still the proposed options. But as we'll go through, I believe some of them will be knocked out. So these are the original options. If you're familiar with the project at all, these have been the same options since 2015. There are 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, and 2C, and then a City of Austin proposal. And so some of them have direct connections downtown, some of them have elevated lanes. They're just slightly different configurations. They all have toll road of some fashion. And that's the general idea of the project, is to continue the toll lanes that we have north of the river, south of the river, down towards the Y. If we could go to the next slide, please. Maybe. All right. So these were the Campo 2045 plan. This is what probably changed some of the plans, or narrowed them. The Campo, every 5 years, Campo approves a new regional transportation plan, and they have certain requirements. The 2045 plan differs from the 2040 plan in that it requires the Mopac South project to have 2 express lanes in each direction and an auxiliary lane on southbound Mopac from B Caves Road, from the B Caves Road entrance ramp to the southbound Loop 360 exit ramp, including an acceleration lane. So, looking at these very specific requirements, we compared them to the 6 plans that were out there previously. And if we could go to the next slide. Okay. So this should eliminate options 1A, 1B, and the City of Austin proposal, because they don't meet all of those requirements of the 2045 plan, which leaves options 2A, 2B, and 2C. There's a question, at least in my mind, about whether 2B complies because it does not have 2 express lanes in each direction, but it kind of depends on where from, because some of these have 2 express lanes and they kind of narrow as you get to downtown, or they taper off as you go to 360 in kind of each direction. So at some point it has 2 express lanes, but not the whole way. So you know, it kind of depends on how they qualify that. But in any case, I believe it knocks out 1A and 1B in the City of Austin proposal. The issue is that the CTRMA's website, CTRMA being the entity who's running or who's overseeing this project, it still has all 6 options on their website, and those 6 options are still part of this open house number 5. So they have a note in there in their presentations that say we're still considering how the Campo 2045 plan will impact these 6 options, but they haven't eliminated the 3. In my opinion, those 3 will be eliminated, but just so you're aware, they technically have not been yet. But these are the 13 criteria that CTRMA lists on their website as the criteria they will use to evaluate the various plans. And I mean, they're pretty standard. Basically, improve the flow of traffic in the area. That's the general idea: increase safety and connectivity, reduce time impact on time and travel, and of course minimize impacts to water quality and other things like that. So looking at these 13 criteria, one of them, the bottom one, I'm sorry, is number 13 is stakeholder input. And I believe that's where the city of Rollingwood can have the most impact in influencing what option CTRMA considers. If we go to the next slide, please.
My hand is too cold.
Okay, and maybe.
To that end, can we check the, I'm freezing. Everybody has something on deck and said they have it, I didn't bring one.
It's been crazy weather. This morning it was hot and humid with a cool breeze, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. This is a timeline off CTRMA's website, and I apologize it didn't quite paste in there as clearly as I would have liked, but where we are is where the blue to green transition is. So you can see how long this has been going on, since 2013 really, and it's just picking up again. So we're kind of at this open house number 5 stage there towards the right hand side, right there. And then there's going to be another open house number 6 within the next 2 years. At some point, some more public hearings and environmental findings. So there's still a lot to go with this project, but during this open house number 5, people can submit comments to CTRMA. If we could go to the next slide. Okay, so our proposed next steps would be to continue to consult with our transportation expert who we engaged, Mike McInturf. He's a civil engineer, kind of specializes in traffic engineering studies, to develop and submit additional comments on these proposed plans. And then an important element of the comments will be whether CTRMA has considered Campo 2045, as I mentioned, in knocking out 3 of the plans. And then reach consensus too. I think it's important that the city of Rollingwood and that you all and really the citizens come together, and I think it's an agenda item on your agenda tonight, is to figure out which option you like and then focus on advocating for that option. Going through the public comments at past open houses, there may be 12, 24 comments, and most of those are either from the city of Austin or the city of Rollingwood, and then the other half are from citizens. So that being said, as you all know, sitting here during your public comment periods, and I go to council meetings all over the state and commissioners court meetings and school board meetings, not many people show up to give citizen comments. And even at a project this big, if you have 20 or 30 comments, there's more than 20 or 30 people who live in the city of Rollingwood. If you organize an effort to put forth that says we want option 2B or whatever one you like the most, I think you can have a real outsized impact if you focus on it, because nobody else is really shows up in comments and pays attention to these things. So that to me would be a good strategy, is coalescing and discussing amongst yourselves about what option you like, and then kind of organizing the city in the community so people can go out and advocate for it and actually show up to these meetings and submit comments. And that will give you a big impact that I think will allow you to have more influence than you would than advocating behind the scenes. And advocating behind the scenes is certainly important too. I mean, you are a city and you are affected by this. You're no less important than the city of Austin. But you are a small city, and so you have to organize and get together about how the best way to advocate your position. So that would be my recommendation, is to organize, pick which plan you want and advocate for it. And then we can help facilitate that, and we can get with Mr. McInturf to, once you all have decided which plan you like, we can kind of have him advise us on the best way to advocate for it and say, this is the best plan because of X. And then he can kind of, use some engineering words and CTRMA is in, like TxDOT. I mean, they're kind of run by engineers at their staff level. So it's helpful to speak that language, I think. Do you all have any questions for me?
Thank you. Council, Do we have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
This may be a stupid question, but on what options the city of Rollingwood wants to support? If the 6 options that are on the board now are going off the board, what option do we look at?
I don't think all 6 of them are going away. I think
Okay.
just 1A, 1B, and the City of Austin proposal are
So it'd be
going away.
2A and B would,
2A, B, and C, yes.
A, B, and C,
I
okay.
believe are what's left. And now we still need to wait for CTRMA to confirm that. But I think we could probably, it would be safe to focus on those 3. But if not, look at all 6. But I think, based on my discussions with the city before, I think 2A, B, and C were probably one of y'all's preferred anyways, because they didn't have the elevated lanes.
and then the second question is the timing on that. Does that need to be before comments are filed in January, or the virtual house, open house closed?
As soon as the sooner the better. There'll be another open house, as you can see from the timeline, in a public hearing in the next several years. But the more comments we can get in there, the better. And I know it's the holidays and it's hard to get everybody organized, and we're going to come back, and then January 7th is really just right around the corner.
And do you talk to us about what you think your comments would be at this point that you would file on behalf of the city of Rollingwood?
Well, I think we need to look at the criteria and use those, because that's what they will use in
The
their
13, the list of 13
Yes, ma'am.
spots.
And focus on those, and that's where Mr. McInturf, I think, can help us, is to say this one will, for example, reduce congestion delays more than these other plans, or will optimize corridor utilization. I mean, some of these are kind of buzzwordy sort of criteria, but I think we can say, put them into the criteria and just kind of start checking off as many boxes as we can, and then argue, persuasively why we think this is the best option.
Okay.
It seems to me that there's a lot of objections that we have that are not part of their criteria. Like noise. They don't have anything in there on their options being, the quietest option. And the elevated lanes are a significantly higher noise impact to those of us that live right close to where the elevated lanes would be than anybody else. So maybe it'd be great at reducing traffic congestion, but at what cost to the quality of life for the people that live right here close? So how do we address those things that are not part of their?
I think just like you did. I mean, as many as the criteria as we can hit, the better. But if there's issues that are not in the criteria, we can certainly discuss those too, and I think they're very valid.
Number
the comments,
9.
I've read from the city, and past comments have been
Impacts on human.
along the lines of, noise, it's quality of life, it's people all over the state are taking down elevated lanes. We're seeing it on I-35 right now. You've seen it in Dallas. You've seen it all over the state, Houston, where they're kind of taking down elevated lanes that they built in the 50s and 60s, and kind of putting stuff at grade or maybe even underground. From CTRMA's perspective, I worked for the Attorney General's office for 8 years representing TxDOT. So I've worked on a lot of highway projects all across the state. And I can tell you that going underground is always going to be more expensive than building a bridge. So that's why typically these projects, they like to build bridges because they're cheaper. And it can be hundreds of millions of dollars. You're not talking a little bit of money. But is that an investment in the next 50 years? I mean, that's an argument we can make, and I think it's one we should make. And I think looking at what's across MOPAC from you too, being Zilker Park, and maybe finding some allies in Zilker Park would be good, in Barton Springs. And that could be a good ally, and they have been very successful in various, you know, environmental suits over the years. I don't think we necessarily have an environmental issue in this area. I think there may be one further south, but you know, they could be a good ally to say, you know, we want to keep Zilker Park so it's not loud and you don't hear traffic, so we can, you know, enjoy our park. I mean, that's really one of the crown jewels of the city.
Well, and the impact to Zilker Park Clubhouse, which is #1 affordable wedding venue in Travis County. If you can imagine, not both the impact of noise on having events there and the view, that's the selling point of that facility.
Yeah.
And there's a lot in the Zilker Park vision plan about enhancing that location, but it's historic and it's important to the city of Austin.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely allies there, I think, that share the same concerns you have, even if they aren't part of the criteria. So I think as many of those as we can identify, and there may be some in the city of Austin too. You know, is the city of Austin more concerned about the Zilker Clubhouse or Zilker Park or Barton Springs, or are they more concerned about getting a direct connector that, you know, feeds into downtown and puts everybody from Circle C into downtown real nice? I don't know the answer to that question, but I bet there's a mix.
Well, the ISD, because some of the proposals that they have really encroaches very significantly on Austin High,
Austin High, yeah.
cutting around the corner there. I get requests from environmental groups or various nonprofits, whatever, for you know, submitting comments to legislatures or Congress or whoever on a lot of things, where they send you kind of like, here's proposed wording, and you can just
Yeah, cut and
copy
paste.
this and
Yeah.
send it into your, you know, your elected representative. I don't know how effective that is, but is that something that would be, if we could provide that to our residents, like the city could come up with something that says, you know, here's what we think. If you're so inclined, sign your name and send this in, so that, you know, we just get the numbers up of how many people commented. Is that helpful?
I think it's helpful. I mean, it's more helpful than nobody submitting a comment at all. You know, I mean, anybody receiving the comments obviously sees that they're kind of cut and paste, right?
Or
But
take this as a starting point and tweak it.
and
add
tweak
your
it,
own,
or
you know,
give some options. You could have a choose your own adventure type of thing, and I think that's a great option. And you know, as I mean, as an aside, I know people work in the legislature, and every time a constituent calls, the call is logged about what they talked about, where they live, who they are, and what their thoughts are on the issue, and same with letters and emails and everything else. So, I mean, people do pay attention to this stuff. And, you know, CTRMA is not a state senator who's elected, but, you know, they publish the comments, they read them, they look at them, and I think the staff takes them seriously.
And I'll just say too, I have visited actually this evening with our state representative on this issue. She is aware of it and I think is open to a dialogue with us about it. So I'm not sure that we should pile on a bunch of constituent letters, but I think that she's ready for the dialogue already.
Don Howard? Okay.
And our county commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah, and those are great allies too. You know, you look at who makes up the board of the CTRMA and who appoints the board of the CTRMA, and you know, those are influential people, even if they are not on the board of the CTRMA. You know, they're the people who appoint them, so you know, they know them, right? I mean, it's rare if you're a county commissioner and you have the opportunity to appoint someone to do something, it's usually someone you know. It's not a stranger off the street. So, you know, those personal relationships are important.
Any other questions for Philip? And don't go far if there aren't any. Go ahead.
Well, here, in light of the time frame we're in, does Mr. McInturf have a recommendation as to which option best suits what he knows about Rolling Woods so far? I mean, it looks to me like if we're gonna due criteria are gonna have comments in by mid-January, the first task is picking an option that we're gonna favor.
Already?
I was about to say that. I don't know if you've looked at our previous comments that we've submitted. I do think we've covered a lot of these criteria. We put a lot of work into a very, very long letter.
Yes.
And even if we have to rework that existing work product into something that we submit again, I mean, I think a lot of that work has been done in a way that we may not have to reinvent the wheel on a lot of this. Is that your recollection?
Right, right. I mean, we've commented a number of times already and laid out our objections and, you know, we support reducing traffic congestion, but we would like it to be done this way so it doesn't, you know, adversely impact our quality of life here and, you know, no elevated lanes. So I think we were pretty clear about not
Okay.
Right.
wanting that.
And I think maybe I would, to staff, let's make sure that they're provided with that previous letter. And then maybe, to Councilwoman Brown's point, maybe if you could, you and your consultant, look at that previous work, make sure it's updated for where we stand today, make any recommendations on what we should add or subtract. And then I think we could get something pretty quick based on the work product that we've already done historically on this. In a way that's gonna be, we won't have to reinvent the wheel and we can move pretty
Okay.
quickly.
And then if the deadline is the 7th of January?
Yeah.
So we
We're-
need to,
we're like,
we need
have
to,
3 weeks and we don't have another meeting scheduled before then.
we need to authorize someone to, like the mayor, to agree to sign this letter on behalf of the council. According, you know, to work with our outside counsel to develop that letter and submit it on behalf of the city.
I'm happy
Or
to do that. And that's
the
actually-
authorize the comments, I'm not sure, exactly sure.
I think
what
that's
the
actually
action
exactly
is.
what we did last time
Yeah.
as well, because we were in a similar situation. And I'm happy to visit individually with you all before we do that, but,
Can I ask a- when you're done?
anything, so we'll get that to you if you'll,
Yes, sir. I have the original letter you sent,
Okay.
or was sent before. It was, what, 2 or 3 years ago, I believe, right? So
take
we,
a look.
we can take that and update it. But I think, you know, even if we're kind of saying the same thing, I think it's
Yeah.
worthwhile to try. It doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't cost anything to send a letter, so.
And I think, you know, take a look at it. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, get some good billable hours in there,
And is,
but we can move pretty quickly on it, I think, so.
are you contemplating that Mr. McInturf will have comments in addition?
I will check with him and see what he can get
Okay.
us by then, and see how he can contribute to it. I think with Mr. McInturf, initially, or really when the project went on hold with the COVID shutdown of everything, we were really waiting to see what happened, because right after that, the Campo 2045 plan came out. And we discussed it and said, well, that's probably going to change stuff. Let's see how CTRMA reacts to this. And they just haven't yet. So, you know, part of what we were doing was to wait and see what they did. And if they eliminated several of these options, then it would give us more guidance about what we could do moving forward. Without, you know, we didn't want to waste time talking about 1A, 1B, and the City of Austin plan if they're going to be, you know, thrown out
And I
6
think-
months later.
Yeah, and I think that could be part of the update to the old letter. Like, we have a moving target here. We're not sure what is or isn't.
Yeah, and I think that's something CTRMA needs to
Right.
do. I mean, they have it as a footnote in their open house, but it, in my opinion, should be more than a footnote. But
And I think that shows a level of astuteness on our part to hold their feet to the fire on that specifically.
And if it's appropriate, and here's what our expert says about that
Right.
as part of the letter.
Okay.
Or-
If you'll hold that motion for a moment, and the chair recognizes Shanti to make a quick
I have
comment.
a question.
If you,
Nope.
I'll give,
Oh, okay.
if you just put
Okay.
yourself on the record.
Shanti Jaikumar. I've served on the council before, but in 2015, CTRMA came here, and we had this whole city hall full of maps, and and we all, I think there was not a vote or something. I mean, they were just getting inputs, and we all said no elevated lanes. Silka Park can't speak for itself. Okay, we, the business or the city or somebody can speak. We have to protect our treasure of a park and no elevated lanes, okay? And seems to me that all these three with express lanes, not expressly saying that they're elevated, could become elevated according to their plans. So if we don't like any of these 2A, 2B, 2C, what do? I mean, are we constrained to pick one of those, or how does that work? Do you see what I mean? Because I don't think any of them are fair to Rolling Wood.
It's a difficult question,
Yeah.
because, I mean, the city of Rolling Wood's not in a position really to design its own plan and submit it. I mean, you could, but it would be probably cost prohibitive. And, I think what we have to do is focus on what's the best option for the city of Rolling Wood. And if it's none of them, then we can argue none of them, but, 2B or whatever is the second best. But there's, they have these 6 options based on the criteria they have and based on the Campo, guidance, at least 2040 guidance. It would be difficult to force them to go back to the drawing board, but they may yet, because 2045 may change enough of these that they have to go back and redo an environmental impact study or something else that may slow it down even more. And as you can see, every 5 years, Campo is going to come out with something new, and that may affect this project. So, at that point, it may just be a long game of delaying it. I don't know if that really solves anything. I mean, it kind of kicks the can down the road, but traffic on Mopac is going to be what it is. I left my office at 6:45 to come here, or 6:40, and traffic on Mopac coming here, like office at 360. I'm not far at all. It told me to take the back road by the mall, because traffic on Mopac was backed up for some reason. And that's probably because there's a slight mist out there, that causes everybody to break. But I don't know if you'll have a position on doing nothing with Mopac either. But that may be the position you want to take. It's a valid position, but it may not be. Maybe you do want to see some improvement, just the improvement that you want.
Okay, thanks, Philip.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Philip? Happy to entertain a motion. It sounded like maybe Councilwoman Brown had one.
I would move that we direct our outside counsel to proceed with preparation of comments along the lines of the discussion this evening, and that we authorize the mayor to review those I say comments, I mean the filing of a response in the open house by January 7, and have the mayor be the point person for the council to review and authorize the filing of those comments.
You have a motion, Council.
Second.
You have a motion and a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion?
Can we also get some information sent out to residents?
So we have a spot for that discussion upcoming, and I'm going to pull it up out of order after we dispose with this item.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
McDuffie?
Aye.
Hudson?
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And I will be in touch with you, Council. With that, while it's fresh on our mind, I would like to pull up out of order item number 17 on the regular agenda. Discussion and possible action with respect to the formation of Mopac South Expansion Task Force process for selection and appointment of Mopac South Expansion Task Force Chair and members. And I would just say council, I do want to try to get to Cape Freeze before it gets too late so we can get off the clock with them. But I will turn it over to Councilwoman Brown to kick us off on a discussion on item number 17.
Excuse me, do you have any questions for me? Or?
If you don't mind sticking around through,
Sure.
we'll try to keep this somewhat brief, but just so you have a good sense of
Sure,
maybe
absolutely.
some other activities that we're going to be doing locally.
Mr. Mayor, this was my item, and I had raised it at the previous, or brought it on the previous agenda for us to look at. What I would be asking the council to do tonight is to set for the January meeting on the agenda proposed action for the adoption of a task force to assist on the MOPAC South expansion project along the lines outlined with the scope and duties along the lines outlined in the attachment. And I would also like to include within that asking the Bickerstaff firm to review the attachment and provide back any comments they might have on the scope of that task force so that we could consider those comments in adopting a task force resolution at the January meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
And then
Councilwoman.
also that we would set a date tonight, take action to set a date that we would consider appointments to that task force if the task force is created in January.
Explain that last one, Councilwoman.
Well, if you see subpart, the task force, we would decide yes or no on whether to create a task force in the January meeting. Do we also want to set dates that would ask for appointments if in the event that we adopt the task force at the January meeting? Do we want to set dates conditioned on that adoption tonight for getting applications for members of that task force?
Could we not handle that at the January meeting? Yeah, that discussion.
We could do that as well.
I think there's a lot of merit to this, especially based on the conversation we've had tonight.
I think so too.
I'd like to visit with council members before the next meeting. I'm a little sensitive to the bandwidth issue that we have with our city staff currently to handle an entirely new task force. But there may be some ways to streamline some of that activity if there's not a lot of administrative burden at the city. Because I think we may have some clear insight based on some of the comments to sort of turn a task force loose with some pretty clear parameters if we do this comment period correctly. But I would like to visit with you before the January meeting.
Certainly.
So the action, I guess, that you're suggesting tonight is to basically bring this agenda item back for the January meeting.
Yes, for action.
For action.
And the purpose of posting it at this meeting along with the attachment is to get feedback before that January meeting from residents and others that we can incorporate into the paper that outlines the scope and duties and number of members and that sort of thing, tasks before that January meeting, so we have a document that's been shared with the community and has received input and can feel that that it meshes up with what our outside counsel would recommend that we do in terms of generating citizen participation in this process.
Okay. Staff, is there any ideas on us maybe putting something about this on the website for people to go to take a look at before the January meeting?
We absolutely could. We could create a page and share that however y'all would like it to be shared. We have our Swift notification system. Facebook next door, however y'all would like, we could disseminate that and do a call for comments or feedback.
Happy to take action if you have a motion. I would also commit to you to just put it back on the agenda for next meeting, however you want to handle it. It's fine with me. Sure call.
Any other discussion this evening? Okay. I would recommend that we resolve to place this on the agenda for the next meeting. And
You can also, if you'd like, to just make a motion to postpone item 17 to a time
To the-
certain.
yes.
To a time certain, the January meeting.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second to postpone item number 17 to a time certain, that being the January meeting. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye, opposed say no. Councilwoman Brown,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
McDuffie,
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, thank you, council members. With that, we will go back to item number 6, update and discussion possible action regarding a scope of services for the Vance, Vale, and Bettis water line replacement. And we would recognize Greg Blackburn from K-Freeze to come start us off with a presentation and discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Greg Blackburn with K-Freeze and Associates. We have our scope of services in your packet for the design of waterline replacements on Vale, Vance, a portion of Rollingwood, and Bettis Drive. This is an area of the city, of the water system, that has experienced some numerous water breaks over the past couple of years. I think the last council meeting was right after one of the most recent ones, so we've been asked to look at replacing those. These are older lines that aren't, the pipe material is not up to the industry standard, and the water lines are not buried deep enough, and so they've experienced numerous breaks. So we have our scope of services in here for our design, also our project team for design survey, environmental investigations, and geotechnical investigations.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Did you all run any estimates on the construction costs?
That is a difficult topic nowadays. So it is in the industry right now. The material prices are very volatile, and it's one of the more difficult parts of our jobs right now. Our rough estimate, which we would hope is high, is around like $1.2 million. Some of that depends on how much of the street we would want to repave. Driving around there, the streets seem to be in pretty good condition, so doing a full street repave doesn't seem necessary, and that would add quite a bit of cost. So we could look at just repaving half the street. That would save costs. I believe last time you had mentioned there may be a water line replacement on Vale. We went and looked, and I think they had just done services replacements.
Have you looked at this, Shanti?
Not in great detail, but I know that there's a 6-inch line, which is a big old line there. When I was on the council, we had Ellen Lee was the engineer, and they had a lot of lines that were replaced.
Yeah.
I haven't looked through all my binders of information to see which lines, but I know we did put it.
Because I
Yeah.
was almost certain that we replaced the line
Yes,
on Vale
we did.
already.
We did.
So we went back and looked, and the plans that we have, the services were just replaced, and the main 6-inch line stayed in service. Along, at least in the project limits that we are shown to be replacing. And where I was going with that is, if those services were replaced, I think it was in 2014, we could save some costs by not having to rerun the services all the way to the property lines. We could just connect at where the main is. That would avoid some repaving as well. So that's definitely something we would look at during our design, is trying to minimize costs and find ways to reduce that And I guess the other thing I would want to point out is there's a lot of construction going on right now, so the number of bidders we've seen recently has dropped dramatically. We've had some projects where there's just one or two contractors that bid on the project. We've had to rebid it, so it's all over the place right now. So I give you that $1.2 million with a bit of a hesitation at this point.
Well, it gives us a ballpark anyway, and to consider whether or not we have budget.
Well-
If we don't have the budget to build it, it's not much point in designing it.
We also don't have the budget to design it, so these are difficult decisions for you, which is why it's an update tonight, not for action.
No action required. It does say possible action.
Does it?
It does.
No, it does, yeah. Well, you could take action to spend money that we don't have. So, questions for K-Freeze?
What would it take to find out if the main line is serviceable versus not serviceable? I don't know quite how to describe that in engineering terms, but if this line was replaced in 2014, how would we find that out?
We could do, you do subsurface utility locates, or SU for short, where they basically go and they just dig a small hole and they vacuum out the soil, and they can see what the pipe material is. I think that would be the first indicator. The pipe material you brought to the last council meeting I was here is that white PVC that's very brittle, whereas we would probably see that the PVC you would see nowadays is colored blue, and so that'd be a pretty easy indicator. So they can do it. It's somewhere in the ballpark of like $1,000 per locate, and they can kind of go down and see what material it is, and that would give us a pretty good idea. And how deep it is, because I would imagine if it was built in 2014, it would have at least 4 feet of cover over top of it.
Okay, so where we're having all the line breaks, what do we know about that? I mean, are those along, I think there have been line breaks along Vale. Do we know the condition that has been found when those line breaks have been repaired?
Yeah, and so that's part of what was brought to our attention, is that the lines only had like a foot of soil above them, so there's not enough soil to disperse any sort of load from vehicles, or I guess that these were outside of the street, so it was hit by a landscaping company. But I do have, my next presentation is about the water CIP, and I can just share it now, is that we worked with Crossroads, identified a pressure reducing valve that was supposed to reduce the pressure from the high zone to this lower pressure plane, which is in this project area, that just wasn't working at all. So it was letting that high pressure into that lower area, so they've been able to isolate that. So hopefully that resolves some of that issues, which we think was overpressurized those pipes and caused that to break.
And that was one of my concerns when we looked at that section, is especially with the uptick in waterline breaks, I felt like it was probably running hot on pressure.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that.
Yeah, and it's a combination of that and just the conditions of the installation of the initial line. So
yeah, those two things.
It's hard to tell exactly what it is, but that's definitely a contributing factor, I'd imagine.
So is there some place where we collect the information we've gained by repairing these spots that are breaking?
So I'll let staff speak to that, but we are now doing that in a far better way than has been historically done in our community. Crossroads seems to be really doing a nice job. They're working well with K-Freeze. I think they're logging that. I'll let Ashley or Carrie speak to that.
Sure. No, yes, I believe so, and we definitely have record of recent breaks and kind of the possible causes and locations. So.
And you're mapping that on, what is it called? Is that on the GIS mapping system?
Yes. Yeah, it's being recorded, and then periodically we're updating our GIS maps to match that, so that eventually when they're in the field, they'll be able to have some maps that they can overlay different, water lines, wastewater lines, and see where those kind of repairs would be.
Which, to be clear, is not anything we've ever.
I'm sorry?
Which, to be clear, is not anything we've ever done before. So we are now doing that.
Okay.
Can I say one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just
from my past recollection, when we were on the council, we did a lot of water line projects, and I'm not sure who has the as-built drawings, because I have a ton of information with me still. I keep everything. I don't know who I will bequeath it to, but anyway, I have all that. So, but the city should have the as-built drawings, which will tell you when a line was put in. Because we spent a lot of money on some major lines, Timberline, and as you were on the council too, Sarah, you know.
I thought we had done one on Vale, and
Yeah.
I thought we did it on Vale
Right.
before we repaved the road.
Right, exactly.
We totally agree with that position, and for whatever
But if we can
reason-
find it, then maybe we can have a little more.
Have we asked the engineering company that did the work whether they have copies?
We've asked
Oh.
a lot of people.
So we do have some copies of as-built, of a lot, yes, of the ones, I think 2012 and 2014 were the two last major ones, and that's the ones that we saw in Vale in I forget which year it was, just showed the services, it did not replace the main itself, on Vale. And that's the info we have, I don't know if there's another plan out there, as-built that weren't properly updated, or.
It was before my time, so I'm not sure, but I don't know. I don't know who always.
Most of those were done by LNB, the water line projects.
Were done by whom?
LNB.
Okay.
A whole bunch of projects were done by them.
Yeah, and we've been using those as-built to update the water system.
And that was 2012 and 2014?
Yeah, those are the two big, there's a bunch of work across the city that was done in those 2 years in the same, two different packages.
Council, any other questions or comments or actions to be taken? I don't have a clear path for you on this one.
We need to figure out how we're gonna pay for it before we approve something. And let Shanti look through her records, see what she can find.
My motion would be that we move this for reconsideration at a date certain, maybe the February meeting, and in the meantime, we seek to find the information we need to make a decision on this.
You have a motion, council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Any further discussion? We'll
The
continue.
discussion I have is, if we decide to do that, those borehole excavations to find out what's going on, given the fact that first we should try to find records and all that sort of thing, because obviously if there are paper records or any kind of records from whomever might have done the work, that would be the cheapest solution. You know, do we have budget, and how many of those would we need to do in order to get a firm grasp on what exactly is going on Vale?
So I don't think you would need to do very many. I would say for that stretch, you could probably just do 2. It'd be pretty apparent if it was that older pipe or newer pipe that
What
was
is that
installed
called
recently.
again?
Subsurface utility locates or exploration. I'm not sure if Crossroads has that capability too. We have other sub-consultants we use for that, but if Crossroads can do that, that'd be something that'd be pretty easy to ping for that if interested.
Is the subsurface the RABA?
No, they are
Proposal?
geotech, so they bore and do tests on the actual soil or rock
Okay.
to give you recommendations on repaving, or if you're going to do some sort of like trenchless installation of the water line, kind of what parameters you would need to be looking at. It's more for the contractors than it is for the design.
Which of these subcontractors would do the boring?
So we don't have one in our proposal for that subsurface utility exploration. That would be something that I would say you could do ahead of time. That's outside of this scope
Okay.
of services.
So you have a motion and a second to move to the February meeting. In the meantime, I will work with staff to get more clarity on doing a subsurface utility locate between now and then. If that works.
Anticipation of the water CIP being ready before the February meeting?
The February meeting is kind of our schedule. We're hoping to have it ready for the January meeting.
Let me,
Oops, sorry.
let me finish on this one and then hold that thought for just momentarily. Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone to a time certain the February meeting. In the meantime, I'll work on the other items. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
McDuffie?
Aye.
Hudson?
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Now, pull up item number 17, presentation and update regarding the water capital improvements plan, and we will start with Carrie's question to you regarding timeline.
Yeah, so we are working on that now. We're hoping to have it ready for the January council meeting. We just want to make sure we have some time for staff to review it ahead of time. So that's our goal. Worst case, it would be pushed back to February, which was our original schedule. We've been able to make up some time on that.
Okay, now that we know timeline, back up and tell us what the CIP is.
Yeah. So the water capital improvements plan, something that we've been asked to put together. So we are looking at the city's water system and putting it into a water modeling software. Looking at the existing system and then any future improvements that we need to make for any fire flow deficiencies in the system. If there are any pressure issues like low or high pressures that we're experiencing, and coming up with a list of projects that we would turn over and kind of give you guys a roadmap for what we think would need to happen. And as the city got funding or however it happened, those projects could be implemented. And so what we've been working on so far the past couple months, we work with Crossroads and city staff to update the GIS system as best as we can on water line locations, whether they're active or abandoned, their size, their material, water valves that aren't working, pressure reducing valves that aren't working, just getting a better understanding of how the existing system is working today. We put all of that data into our water modeling software, and that's where we noticed that the pressures weren't just making sense to us, and we got Crossroads to go out there and check all the pressure reducing valves across the city. So for anyone that's new, I'll just give a quick recap on the water system. So there's 3 different supply points from the city of Austin's water system. There's one on Bee Cave Woods and one on Riley. Those are the 2 main feeds to the system. The third one is on Hatley on the west side. That's only an emergency situation that would be used. The Riley feeds into a lower pressure zone, so pressures in a water system are all dependent on the elevation of the connection to the system. And so we have new maps we're going to put up on the wall here soon that'll show that. But in between the 2 zones, there are pressure reducing valves that, as they would suggest, reduce the pressure from high to lower pressures. Crossroads found that the pressure reducing valve at Marion and Hatley was not working at all. So it was just letting that high pressure in, as I mentioned earlier. So they've isolated this off. One of the things we're looking at right now is if we can keep it that way and avoid having to pay to get that valve replaced or repaired. Typically, those pressure reducing valves should only be used in emergency situations if there's a fire. Most of the supply should come from that Riley connection point. So we're hoping that we can make it work with the 2 other internal pressure reducing valves and avoid having to replace that. So that's one thing we're looking at right now. Next, we're going to be looking at fire flow issues. So there's quite a bit of cul-de-sacs in the city where with small diameter water lines, like 4 inches, that just don't have enough flow to serve any fire hydrants in case there was an emergency. There are nearby fire hydrants that would work, but we just want to make sure that we are providing the satisfactory fire flow per code. And that's where the majority of our projects are going to come from, is that, and there's also quite a lot of backyard water lines that are not in the street that are hard to get to and maintain for the city, hard to isolate. So if there's a main break, they're having to go through people's backyards, and they're having issues finding valves to isolate those off. So we're looking at ways to move everyone's meters from the backyards to a street. So those are kind of the high-level projects that we're looking at right now. And again, we'll have this all kind of detailed out in our report, hopefully for the January meeting.
When you presented the infrastructure improvement plan, which is related to stormwater, you went through and sort of prioritized and tried to really highlight where the major problem areas were, with the understanding that the city probably, won't ever have the ability to fund everything at once. Will you do that same sort of prioritization on the CIP?
That's correct. Yeah, we will rank them kind of as best as we think they should be, and we'll work with city staff to kind of also true that up and make sure we have the highest priority.
And with that presentation, we had some sort of high-level cut sheets for all of the projects in the IIP. Will we do something similar to that in the CIP as well? So we'll have some parameters for the project and some cut sheets of potential cost and that sort of thing?
Correct, yeah, we'll show kind of project limits, what we'd be proposing to do. We're replacing this 4-inch line with an 8-inch line, and we'll have high-level cost estimates, all that in there to kind of show kind of that high-level planning that you guys can make decisions on.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I just had one quick question. So on the fire flow issue, you mentioned cul-de-sacs. Are you actually going and measuring pressures and flows, or are you using the software to kind of give you a...
We're using the software, but Crossroads has been giving us some pressures as they've been testing stuff out in the system. They've been kind of sending us the pressures they're seeing, and we're kind of using that to calibrate our model.
Okay.
And for the fire flow, it's a little difficult because it's hard for us to, without you drawing that much water out of a fire hydrant, it's hard to kind of true that up, so.
A lot of this sounds very familiar.
Yes.
We've done fire hydrant studies and fire flow. We've had
Cul-de-sacs.
water line stuff. We had a big project with the backyard water lines. I don't know that we ever decommissioned all of the backyard water lines after we moved meters to the front. But a lot of this stuff is stuff that we've been
Yeah.
working on incrementally.
Yeah, we do have some plans for some of those cul-de-sacs that they were just never constructed.
Right.
And it's always been an issue, as Sarah knows. These items have been on our agenda, but it's much like the one we just talked about. We know about them, but we've not ever been able to fund them. And the point of the CIP is to really try to get them all in one spot to allow council to begin to decide what are the priorities, and if we were to have a larger discussion about how to fund those, what would go on that discussion?
Question about the backyard issues. When new construction happens, are those meters being moved to the street, or do we have a way to require that, or what?
Depends on where the water line is.
Depends on where the water line is,
In some
okay,
cases, the water line is in the backyard,
okay.
and so then
There's no way to put it, no, yeah.
Right, but some of them, like, I think on Timberline, there's still backyard water line down part of Timberline, and then we put in a new line in the street that they didn't. The backyard line was still providing good service, so that wasn't disconnected, but there was not a mandate to connect all of those to the front yard at the time that was done. And hopefully, we're requiring new construction to connect to the front.
So there's not a mandate, there's not an ordinance that requires it, as far as I'm aware.
Well, maybe we should do that.
Maybe we should.
That would make Public Works very happy.
That was my question.
And we have a similar situation over on Hubbard as well, where you have two lines, and we just haven't moved them over. So.
Okay.
And we could look at a mandate, although let's be sure and be looking at that as we have an opportunity to. I know it's a passionate point of our public works department, so I suspect that they will be. I know that they talk to Carrie about it a lot, so Carrie, if you want to mention that.
I will just say I'm only aware of one home that's under new construction that's tied into the back. It's at the corner of Riley and Timberline, and it was going to involve cutting all the way across the street. As far as I'm aware, everything else has tied in across the street. I'm only aware of one that had an old backyard meter that was properly sized for that house for fire flow, and because we don't have a mandate, I couldn't encourage them to, but I couldn't compel them to pay the cost to cut the street and tie in. So that's the only one I'm aware of.
Are we requiring the homeowner to pay for cutting the street?
We were requiring when someone upgraded their service, if they were upgrading the meter, they upgrade the meter cost. If you have to tie in, if you have to run a new tap in the street, they're required to pay that cost.
But if we are doing this for the convenience of the city and not because they are requiring it, that seems to me that would be something that we would cover.
Agreed.
And it would be better, especially for a brand new house, to get that done up front.
We did price it on this particular house, and I think it was going to be over $7,000. So.
Just for the cutting the street and repair for that?
Correct.
How much it's gonna cost if we don't do it now?
Yeah. Have we already missed the opportunity on that one?
We can talk about that.
Let's look at it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for Greg? Thank you, Greg.
Thank y'all very much.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
All right, with that, we will call up agenda item number 8, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the city's ordinances concerning oak wilt. And I'll ask Carrie to kick us off with the discussion, and maybe Sarah to give some additional thoughts.
So I'll start by just giving a little bit of background on what oak wilt is and what has occurred in the past. So oak wilt's an infectious disease. It's caused by a fungus. It's the Bredazella viscera fungus. It invades the xylem of oak trees. All oak trees are vulnerable to it to varying degrees. For red oaks, it's completely fatal. For white oaks, you have a better shot, and then for live oaks, you've got about a 50-50 chance with treatment of saving them. It spreads in 2 ways. It spreads through a wound, or it spreads through the root system. So what happens when you have a wounded red oak tree that has that fungus, it can create, during certain times of year, a fungal mat, which smells like rotting fruit. It attracts sap beetles, and those insects, after going to that mat, transfer those spores to another wound on another tree. It doesn't impact cedar elms, it doesn't impact anything but oak trees, but if you have an oak tree with a wound, whether that's a branch break, a branch cut, anything that would create a sap wound, if that bug lights there, it transfers those spores. Once those spores are transferred, it travels through the xylem throughout the tree, infects the root system, and that's when you get these motte spreads, where you have a family of trees, grows in a motte, and those roots are all interconnected, and it transfers that fungus through the root system. Sometimes you'll have a cross-species transfer where you've got a red oak tree next to a live oak tree and their roots are grafted as well. That's not as common. Usually what we see here in Rollingwood is these wonderful clusters of live oak trees. It's a family. Their roots are all connected. Once one of them is injured, it can spread through. There's 4 ways to mitigate the spread. One is proper treatment when you trim trees. and, you know, trying to mitigate wounding. That's great as far as trimming is concerned. You know, when you have an event like the ice storm, you're going to have wounded trees. You know, when you have a major weather event, that just happens naturally. Proper storage of firewood, things like that. And then we also have trenching. Trenching is about 70% effective. And what you do is you cut a 4-foot trench in the soil, you sever the roots, and create kind of a zone of infection that it should spread to and not beyond. Hopefully, if you've done this right, you've cut wide enough, deep enough to sever all of those roots and stop that. But again, it's only about 70% effective, and over time, roots can grow across that trench and continue to spread. And then there's also planting additional species so that when you do have those die-outs, you're not losing great swaths of trees because you've commingled in those cedar, elms, pecans, whatever other native hardwood species. And the injection of propiconazole, which is a fungicide, again, that's 50% effective if it's done within the right time frame. And for red oaks, I think you have about 6 weeks from start to finish from the time that they're infected until they're dead. For live oaks, you have a little bit longer, up to a couple of months, but again, it's a really short window in which you can treat those trees. It's very costly, and it's about 50% effective. With live oaks, frequently what will happen is you will treat the tree. It might save half the tree, and so half the crown might still be living, but half the crown may die off. Or you might still have the crown of the tree, but it'll look sickly and it'll shed a lot of its leaves. So with that said, in 2016, the City of Rollingwood worked with Texas A&M Forest Service, and we did some trenching. And if you look in your packet, you will see a letter that I sent last year. And the second page of that letter is that original trench map for where we trenched to create a zone to stop the spread of an active oak wilt infection. I was approached in January of last year by a resident at the corner of Nixon and Hatley who was within that original trenching zone, who had active oak wilt infection. That oak wilt infection seemed to be active during the time of the trenching. Texas A&M Forest Service came out, we met on site with them. He looked at it at the time. He said that the trench appeared to be working as it should have been. There's no surefire way to know. And then in November, that resident reached back out, and Mr. Shell, who I'll have come out and speak to you all, reached out, and it appears that it's possible that oak wilt has spread beyond that original trench. And with that, if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them or have Mr. Shell speak.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Carrie? And then I'll let Sarah have a word, and then if Kevin's willing to say a word or two.
And I don't know that I have all the details on this to provide much clarification on anything. We did do a big project. I talked to Roxanne McGee today. She was mayor at the time we did a bunch of this last time around, and she was very concerned to know that we had active oak wilt going on again, and is also available to help provide any input on what was done before and how the city handled the things that we should do differently this time, and kind of lessons learned from the last time we went around this. But oak roots don't respect property boundaries, so this is not something that we can just rely on individual residents to address and think that we're gonna be okay because the trees don't care, and fungus doesn't care, it's gonna spread and you can't, we can't allow this to spread, because one property owner, for whatever reason, does not address a problem on their property. Because they don't want to, because they can't afford to, because they don't understand the implications, or the severity, or the whatever. I think it's something that we need to have a comprehensive way to address this, because it can, cause a serious loss of property value and character, and, our oak trees are one of the great things about this neighborhood. We wanna make sure that we don't lose them, so.
I have a question. On the map, the diagram, there's a blue line that's NCS trench and a orange line that's CSB breakout. What do those mean?
I can give you a little bit more background. It might help before you get to that question.
We will, come on up, Kevin.
Yeah.
And we will, I actually had the same question on the I don't know what CS stands for.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the diagram we have.
So the NCS trench, correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, is the trench that we had,
The old trench.
the trench that we had dug. That we
And
paid
that
for.
the CSB is where it's showing up now?
That's the new area.
That. Carrie, you want to take it? Sorry. Oh, step on your feet.
I was not here in November when Texas A&M came back to describe this new CSB breakout trench, but that's his recommendation of how far out. So oak wilt spreads at a rate of 75 to 150 feet a year, and so I think what he's describing there is where we would have to go for a trench to isolate again.
Thank you.
And the CSB stands for?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll figure that out.
And the crosshatched is where it's active now?
Yeah, I know you.
Is the crosshatch where it's active now?
That's correct. So that is where it's active now, and what is active now within that blue and black portion of the map, those lines was what we knew was active when we trenched the first time. Does that make sense?
No. The crosshatch is where it was?
This is where we trenched before, and this is what we knew was an active oak wilt outbreak when we undertook this project.
What about this?
That's the new oak wilt.
Okay. So the crosshatch is, if it's within the blue line, it's the old outbreak. If it's within the orange line, outside the blue line, it's the new outbreak.
Correct. That is correct. And a great segue to Mr. Shell.
Kevin Shell at 300 Pleasant Drive. I hate that I'm up here talking about this.
Well, we like that you are.
So I live at the property adjacent to the property where the current breakout is. I was at the session with the A&M Forest Service. First of all, I agree with most everything that Carrie said, but I do agree with most things that Carrie said, but the one thing I do want to point out is there's a frustration with the neighbors that have been dealing with this, is it's really hard to get consistent information about what oak wilt is and what you need to do to treat and what the real worries were. Probably back in January, I wasn't an oak wilt denier, but I was kind of skeptical about it. And then I've in the last couple of months seen what it's done and how rapidly it's done it. And I'm now I'm kind of terrified, frankly, given what it could do to this neighborhood, I bought my house solely because of the trees. The giant live oaks in the front yard and backyard, so losing them would suck, and they go fast. A little bit more relevant data, that blue line is the trench that was done in 2017, I believe it was. I was part of that negotiation. Ironically, the money that was used to do that trench was the second round of money that was put aside for the drainage.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The money that was used for this drainage project was the money budgeted for doing the Nixon Pleasant Drainage Project, Phase 2, back then. So this trench project, you know, we've had multiple problems here, and that original trench project was funded by the city using that money at that time.
For context, that's a project, a drainage project that Mr. Shell has a lot of history with.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah,
Got it. Got it.
I assume, yeah. And that's a buzzsaw you don't want to run into, so I'll try to stay away from that tonight. Point is, that line was put there, that 4-inch trench was dug around, and that's a pretty significant area that the trench was dug along Pleasant Drive, up through Park Hills, up to Laura Lane, back down Hatley. You can see, if you drive through there, where the trench actually is, where the cutout in the road is, where it was actually dug. It was implemented pretty poorly, as Sarah mentioned, and Roxanne would agree with, so there's a bunch of history there that I strongly recommend we look into if we decide to do anything again. What's important for this is that one thing that's a little different than what Carrie said was the trench originally was my property and 3010 where the outbreak is now. Only a small part of that property was inside the trench. The trench was actually done in our backyards in order to save money, and we agreed to do it. So what happened in January of this year, the oak wilt had spread to 3012 Hatley. That's the Harris's property.
Mhm.
And unbeknownst to me at the time, and I don't know, maybe you knew this, Glenn Harris sent me a note this afternoon saying to tell the council that he spends literally thousands of dollars a year, every year for the last several years, doing preventative maintenance on all his oak trees. There is a massive tree in his backyard that currently is in pretty bad shape that he's been treating. 2 of the trees in his backyard, they look pretty good, look like they're going to recover. One is not looking great, and that's one that I can now see directly from my backyard, which is the one that puts my yard at risk. That was in the trench at the time we knew it. It was in a trench. See, you know, at the time the A&M Forest Service said the trench was working, and we weren't worried about trees outside the trench, but we should have an arborist come out and look at them just to be sure. We did. It looked fine. Unfortunately for the Fredericks next door, they now have they had 2 trees that were infected, that died, that had to be removed, that were inside the trench. As of November, they now have 5 trees that are infected, 1 in the front yard, 4 in the backyard, with active oak wilt in late stage, as they call it. So they're being treated. We don't know. Only time will tell what happens to them. And that's kind of why we're here, is because those are outside of this area that was supposedly protected. Because of those 5 trees, I'm now actively treating a couple of my trees. I think the Fredericks have 7 or 8 additional trees that they're having to treat to hope that the disease does not spread to them. I believe Mr. Beisner, who lives across the street at 301 Nixon, oak wilt also spreads directionally. It doesn't spread out. It picks a direction that it spreads in. If you look along Hatley, there's a large section there that is barren of oak trees. That was from the original breakout and why we did the trenching. I don't know all the details or the discussion. It was done by the council at that time, but I strongly encourage you to find someone who did and see why, because it was easily into 6 figures what that project was that we decided to trench before. Again, at the time I was kind of like, whatever, I don't know, but okay, if you say it's a problem. So now it's jumped, so I think that the neighbors down where the path where this is heading are worried about it. From an owner cost about this, it's anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per tree to treat it, and you have to treat it every 2 years for up to 4 years, and then hopefully that the fungus has passed, because the treatment actually harms the tree. The Fredericks at 3010 Hatley, they lost an additional tree from they believe from treatment. It was either treatment or freeze or a combination of both that took it out. So that is a risk we also run from treating this. I'm here today mostly just to bring this up as I don't want this problem to happen to other neighbors. because whatever you do, it doesn't matter. I'm stuck paying for it. My neighbors are stuck. We're addressing the problem, or we're choosing to. It's important to note, you don't have to do this. You can just say it's not a problem. You can just say nature will run its course. The problem is, this is one thing that I believe is different than what Carrie said, is that, that I believe is that the root system, from talking to the A&M Forest Service and talking with the people that are treating all our trees, the primary transition is through the root system. It's not through wounds. I mean, that's an issue. It is, the beetles are an issue, but the primary transmission system is through the roots, because basically all the live oaks are clones of each other. As soon as their roots touch, they connect and graft together, and they basically become the same organism. So it doesn't matter about property lines. This just keeps coming. Another thing that I think is, just want to point out, which is unique to the neighborhood right now. In the Fredericks backyard, they just bought their house 2 years ago, remodeled it, weren't at home for about a year. The 4 trees that are currently infected in their backyard, I live next to them. I can't see those trees from my property. You can't see those trees from the street. No one could see them unless it was the property owner or they had somebody on the property to see them. That initial infection probably happened while no one was living in that house. And it just was lucky that they moved in when they did and found the first tree that was infected, had something to do with it. No fault of their own. This current infection, speaking with the neighbors, they saw the tree was losing its leaves, and they didn't realize, being new to the area, that live oaks did not drop their leaves in the fall like every other tree does. So it wasn't until they had tree trimmers come out and tell them, wait, we're not cutting this, it's got oak wilt, that we had to call the city, had the Forest Service come out and go do this. So it's a long-winded way to get at, I think this is a problem that a lot of people just don't really know about, don't really know how to notice. And we can do what we want, having people look for the problem or have our staff look for the problem because they've got a bunch of free time. But short of having the owners themselves know more about this and know what to look for, I just think it's really important, because I used to talk about David Beisner earlier. He's recently moved out of his house for the next 9 months to do a remodel. His house is very likely to be in the path of this, and so if he doesn't come back and actively look for it or have somebody to look for it. Right now, as neighbors, we're all looking out for each other and having our arborists look at our neighbor's property and do all that. But I think for this council to consider in the future is, not everybody might have such good neighbors, and this might spread, and it's not too far from the park and our other areas. So anyways, sorry, thank you for the time. If you have any other questions, please.
Any questions for Mr. Shell? Good?
Do we know if yeah, not for.
I would just like to add one thing, which is that we do have ordinances related to oak wilt that require mandatory reporting, both by arborists and homeowners, and mandatory treatment. And we do have, I feel, some pretty sweeping abilities to go enter people's properties and look at these issues and declare a nuisance. And once we declare a nuisance, then we can require a homeowner within 30 days to remove that tree, or if they will not do it, then we can do it, and then there's processes for charging them for that work. I think up to filing a lien. So we do have some enforcement muscle. It's just it's a tricky, I mean, it's a disease. So it's something that we've all been living through with COVID. It is a nebulous thing. It does spread, it does move, and it is hard. And if you don't know to look for it, or you don't have an arborist coming out to trim your trees, you might not be aware. But if you are aware, you are required by Rolling Wood law to report it and do something about it, which is in this case what the neighbors at Hatley and Nixon have been doing and working with Mr. Shell on.
Hey, Carrie, how often do we have A&M Forest Service come through? Do we have them on a regular schedule, or is it?
We do not have them on a regular schedule, though I do know that they have regional representatives who monitor these active oak wilt sites. And my understanding, not having been here when the trenching project occurred before, was that there were multiple active oak wilt outbreaks, one of those being across Hatley that was also trench around. This map is only representative of Mr. Shell's area, but they do have are tracking multiple active oak wilt sites, Hatley in two spots, and then in Westlake Hills there are several.
Just forgot to add, when the Forest Service was out here in November, they did say that and the woman was here, and I don't remember her name right now, but she was also with the regional representative. Her job was to work with local municipalities to educate them and answer questions and talk about options and do whatever. And it's a service that's provided for by, I guess the state pays A&M to go do it. So I have her name. It was on the email. You might want to take that up as an option.
I was about to. That's okay. Gary, come back up. No, I got nothing left, man. I was going to say, let's, I don't even think this requires any action by council, but I'll put on my follow-up notes. Let's get together and we can reach out to her and see if we can maybe put them on a regular schedule, at least for a while. I agree with you. I think we have some sweeping ordinances. Enforcement is always the difficulty. And that's difficult for you. It's difficult for, it's a difficult issue. So, but I think if we work together and try to maybe do some education. One question I have, and it may not, I'm not sure if it's yours or not. Do we add oak wilt educational piece in the homeowners packet that we give new homeowners?
We don't, and that's a really great idea. We do have it available in the building, but we do not include it with new water applications, and that could be a really great way to do it, or just increasing our usual next door and stuff, maybe setting up a schedule to send information out.
Okay.
We do notice for the trimming and removals annually as we approach oak wilt no trim season. We do disseminate that information.
Maybe some things around that we could beef up a little bit.
Sure.
So we can work on that together. Yeah, of what it, you know, and that may be some things, I think that's part of the discussion I think we can have with the Forest Service to beef up what our documentation is, what pictures we can show and that sort of thing.
Yep,
Because some
I
of them-
have that reference material, pictures, and all of that right here.
Oh, okay.
Just outside the door. So we'd be glad to include that with our new water applications and everything.
Okay.
I think we also have a pretty good web page on that, and we did kind of a social media campaign last year to do this every couple months during the summer. So I think we could really beef that up as well.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, council, on this?
Would it be helpful to have the woman come in and give a little
I think it would behoove us.
tutorial
it-
and notify the residents that this is gonna happen and, you know, let them know that we have active oak wilt cases in the city, and so.
I think it would definitely,
inform yourself.
given the time frame that it's been, and given that we've got, I'm new since this trenching project, and I know a lot of you all are as well. I think it would be great to bring Texas A&M out and just kind of do a refresher on that and provide any information they've got on this new spread. Yeah, I'll be glad to work with getting that set up.
And I would assume since they provided us this latest, they're suggesting another trench.
Ashley and I were whispering over there. I think that's a cautionary zone, that if you were going to trench, you would want to go at least that far, because that's kind of the area of caution for spread. It's 100 foot. Okay.
That's helpful, okay. Okay.
And it looks like it goes through some people's houses.
Well, there was something in there that said the line would have to be adjusted to accommodate where there are homes
Yeah.
and other.
Just run a great big rock saw right through the middle of the house.
Yeah. Some of that, we will be trenching some of this in the not too distant future, but.
And I think CS and NC. I think that's cost sharing and non-cost sharing. I think that has to do with what the Forest Service will help cost sharing.
Look at you, right?
Google.
Don't sell yourself. I'm totally taking credit for that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I think you could get a volunteer from the council to do the Texas A&M follow-up. Unless you decided you wanted
Happy to-
just personally do
I'm
that.
happy to have that.
I would recommend Mr. McDuffie.
Well, I hope you consulted with the
You have.
the city council member.
There've been some hand signals.
Okay.
Glad to do it.
Okay, if, we'll all get together and we'll kind of make, you point, but we'll visit first and then get with, Mr. McDuffie and.
That
go
sounds
from
great.
there. We'll try to have something a little bit more
In-
detailed
ma-
for council for next meeting.
If they're willing to do some kind of monitoring, or are willing to do a survey, that would be wonderful.
Yep.
And I bet they have a video that we could post along with information that would help newcomers to the area know what it's about.
It's a great idea.
They were super helpful when they came out and they met just with all the neighbors and with the city staff, and they took all the time to answer questions and talk everything with us, and I can't speak highly enough about what they do.
And I bet we could get another volunteer to work on it.
I know we can put it to work. All right, unless there's action, council, I think we've got some good to-dos. And with that, we'll take no action on agenda item number 8, move on to agenda item number 9. Update discussion and possible action regarding direction on future action on the comprehensive plan. What I'd like to do here, if it meets council's approval, is have Mr. Zach give us just a little bit of broad 100,000 foot view of comprehensive plans. And then I'd like, if Councilwoman Brown would like to give us a little bit of insight on her work on the comprehensive plan through the task force, or the strike force rather, sorry. And then we kind of talk about next steps and that sort
All
of
right,
thing.
sounds good.
And thank you, Mayor, and just so everybody correctly, I'm not giving a 20,000 foot view on policy issues, just simply, what the law talks about. So comprehensive plans are regulated under Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 213. It's actually titled Municipal Comprehensive Plans. And it tells us that a comprehensive plan can be almost in any form that the governing body decides for it to be in. And it uses the word may rather than the word shall, although it does have to be adopted. When it's adopted, it should be adopted by ordinance. But it can be adopted in any form. It can be a single set of, it can be several single sets of plans organized into a single document. It can be, it can include issues on land use, transportation, public facilities. It can be used to coordinate and guide the establishment of development regulations. And when it, if and when it does that, the thing you have to keep in mind is that your zoning regulations then have to be consistent with your comprehensive plan. Even though a comprehensive plan is not a zoning ordinance or a zoning document, after it's adopted, your zoning regulations should be consistent with it. And so essentially you have broad flexibility as, from a legal perspective, as to what you put in your comprehensive plan, how it's designed, how it's developed, so long it is for the purposes of, and this is right out of the statute, promoting sound development of municipalities and promoting public health and safety and welfare. So you've got fairly broad flexibility in what you put into it, what you don't put into it. Sometimes those are conscious decisions as well, as a governing body. That's all I have.
Okay.
Great. Councilwoman Brown, would you?
I have brought this matter to the council's attention because at the current time, we have, the task force has made its recommendation to the city council, which was what it was charged to do. There is a comprehensive plan, which is a recommendation. The task force work is a recommendation to the council of what should be included in a comprehensive plan. if you look at the format of the task force document, there is a general discussion along 4 or 5 different topics, that being the general policies for future land use, residential policies, future recommendations as to changes in policies on residential land use, recommendations on commercial land use changes, and then also recommendations on parks and recreation, recommendations on facilities and infrastructure, recommendations on mobility and transportation, sidewalks, pathways, that sort of thing, and recommendations on adoption of an economic development plan. If you look at the document, all of the recommendation, each chapter has a set of recommendations that go along with that chapter. And at the back end of the plan, all of those recommendations are found. It's pages 44 to 50 that just lists the recommendations by category. And so where we are now is that the plan has been recommended to the council, but we haven't put it on an agenda for any further work. So what this item would do would be to recommend that this matter be brought back before the council for consideration and action. And also, if there are zoning changes, those portions of the plan, as I understand, and Charlie, this is a question for you, those portions of the plan need to go to planning and zoning for a recommendation to the council. So planning and zoning, I believe, has had this on their agenda, but has not I'm not sure what the status is, frankly, with planning and zoning. I don't know if it got to planning and zoning or not, but they have not come out with a recommendation. So if you look at the kinds of things, and this is my personal view, the thing that the task force spent the most time on is with the commercial corridor. There are recommendations in that plan that, in my view, have some urgency. For example, one of the zoning changes that's recommended is that our current distinction between retail and office use be combined so that any commercial property can implement either type of use. We currently have some properties along Bee Cage Road that are designated for office and some designated for retail, and you can't switch that use under the current zoning ordinance, but you could if you adopted that recommendation. Another is to, there's 100 foot on the north side of Bee Cage Road where the Dry Creek runs between Bee Cage Road commercial areas and Timberline. There is a 100 foot green belt mandated by the current zoning ordinance. The recommendation from the task force is to modify that so it's 75 feet between green belt between the a residential property and between any building on a commercial property and a residential lot. So there's 25 feet of additional potential space if that recommendation were to be adopted. And along Bee Cage Road, there's a reduction in the setback from 25 feet to 5 feet. Plus, it would require that property owner contribute to that property. If Bee Cage Road is widened, the recommendation is to, in order to take advantage of that minimum setback, that property owner agree to contribute whatever right-of-way might be needed for any expansion of Bee Caves Road, and also a requirement to eliminate a requirement that there be driveways associated with each individual property so that there be fewer curb cuts along Bee Caves Road and property owners could combine their parking areas and egress. Also that there be no requirement that parking be put in that space between the building and Bee Caves Road. So you could have building properties that are more closely set to Bee Caves Road, which is perceived more attractive than a bunch of parking lots with parking that might be put behind the building or alongside the building and done in a more attractive way. So there's some incentives that would also allow increases in impervious cover if there were offsetting water saving and habitat enhancing improvements. And so there's a lot of benefit that could be achieved. Of course, all of those need more discussion than just the task force, but there was a lot of discussion of those issues with the task force. And I think we need, as a council, now that we've done the work, the task force has done their work, the council needs to do its work. And so that's why I was bringing this up.
Okay, thank you.
We had the unfortunate situation that there was a town hall scheduled for the reveal of the final task force plan, but the notice to that didn't go out until the day or the day after that town hall was scheduled. So it was poorly attended, but we can fix that, I think.
Okay. Council, any other discussion on comprehensive plan? Thoughts on ways to proceed? Councilwoman Brown, what are your thoughts? As I look through the recommendations, I see a number of recommendations. They're no stranger to this council. Many of which have, in and of themselves, taken many hours of discussion here. So would your thought be that we're looking at this comprehensive plan in its entirety, or is your thought to have a discussion on each of these items? Like how should we consider?
I think my recommendation would be to consider the plan as a whole. Obviously, it is a planning document, and priorities would come out of that. Then once you've got a framework, then you work on what the priorities are, and it's a 10-year proposed time frame. There are no requirements, no recommendations that are requirements, but it is a way to plan. It's a planning document. The end result is a planning document, and I think the discussion would be, I think the benefit to the community is to have the discussion of that the task force, frankly, has had among its membership and with the people who watched those or attended by video then, to have a larger discussion and determine whether or not to adopt a plan. I was skeptical in the beginning. I'm a firm advocate now, and I think it will help us both in terms of, it kind of fits with what we're doing on this Zilker Park vision plan, and also the MOPAC issue, because it will force us to look at our community, not only at, what problem do we have right at this minute, but how do we want to look at our policies in terms of what we want our community to be 10 years from now. And so there's some you know, it may not be everybody's bailiwick, but I think there is a great benefit to be had by having that examination, that discussion, and adopting a plan and changing it as needed.
Okay. Council, any
We
other?
can't get there if we don't know where we're going.
Right. Council, any other comments, discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. So I think getting the public somehow engaged would be really beneficial. Because I did go to the Strike Force big reveal of the town hall, and there were just like 2 or 3 of us. I think it was not a lot. The other thing that I would have liked to have seen is just like a presentation, somehow like summarizing some of the key takeaways from it. I think that'd been easier to digest maybe for you know, for the public if we had a town hall and someone actually got up and presented, just like we have you know, Kay Freeze or any of these folks get up and present. I think it'd be nice to have that as well. I'm not really sure like how to go about doing that, but these are some of the things that
That can be
I think
done.
Yeah.
So my suggestion would possibly be, and full disclosure, I may not be here for next month's meeting. I'm still working on my schedule. I didn't anticipate being in this particular seat in January when I planned something previously. But what I would suggest possibly is treating this a little bit like we do the budget, and have maybe a series of work group meetings before our next few council meetings, where we could take chunks of this comprehensive plan, have the type of public discussion. Those would be posted, you know, as a work session, that we could go through some of these items, but we break it up so that we can have a little bit more, a little bit deeper dive for an hour before we have, there'd be no action taken at those work sessions. But we take some chunks, have the discussions, digest it, allow the community to engage if they would like to in a couple of different opportunities, and then at the conclusion of that, try to do something on the entirety of the plan.
I think that sounds good.
Okay.
I would be happy to come up with a recommendation about what the chunks should be and
That would be helpful.
a schedule, and engage Tom Farrell, and who was the chair of the comprehensive task force, and see what he might recommend in that regard too, and
That'd be
how we
great.
could do it.
And Tom could maybe come and walk us through those.
Right.
And if you could think through with Mr. Farrell, and I would say we don't set a specific number of work sessions, but rather you decide. You'll have an hour before each council meeting, so decide what you think you can cover in an hour, and then when we get to, I don't think we're in a huge hurry to do this, and I think as long as we keep making progress, then whenever we get to the end of it, it's when we get to the end of it. But if you could give that some thought, and then get with me well before the next posting, and we'll post that and advertise it as a work session, if that works for you all.
Sounds great.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that.
And that doesn't take any action. We'll just commit to do that, and that will be the approach we take going forward. Unless there is any other action on this item, we'll move on, and I will try to pick up the pace a little bit. Move on to the consent agenda, and I will, if there's no one wishing to remove any items from the consent agenda, I'll take a motion.
Can we split these two separately?
We can. Which one would you like to remove? Well, if we're gonna do it like that.
There's two, just do them separately. I move approval of of item 10, the minutes from the November 17th, 2021 council meeting.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, well, for the sake of the, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Now we'll recognize.
Number 11, would like us to have our discussion on item number 25 before we do, I mean, and we don't have to do number
25 now, before we do number 11, I would like for us to do number 25.
Okay. Happy to do that. Okay, I understand. We will come back to item number 11 later in the evening. With that, we'll move on to the regular agenda. Item number 12, discussion and possible action on a resolution honoring Mayor Mike Dyson for his service to the city of Rollingwood. I think that is in your packet this evening. We all appreciate First Council Alderman Dyson's many years of service to this body, and then his willingness to step into this role, which I am honored to take his place. And I know that Mike has done a great job for the community and always had his heart in the right place. And I think it's only reasonable that we honor him for that great service. If you have any other comments, feel free to, and I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of the resolution honoring Mayor Michael Dyson for his service to the city of Rollingwood.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Got a fight, Brigham for the second. We have a second from Councilwoman Brown. All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
McDuffie?
Aye.
Hudson?
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. Moving on to item number 13, nomination and election of Mayor Pro Tempore for a term of 1 year and to perform the duties of the mayor in the mayor's absence, possibly in January. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm happy to recognize Councilwoman Brown for a motion.
I would move to appoint Councilmember Hudson as Mayor Pro Tem.
You have
I
a
think she
motion?
has the experience and the demeanor and all the qualifications necessary to fill in your absence.
Agreed. You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a second, Mr. McDuffie. All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
McDuffie?
Aye.
Hudson?
I'll abstain.
You have 3 ayes and 1 abstention, motion carries. Welcome to that role. Look forward to handing you the gavel song. With that, we'll move on to item number 14, discussion and possible action on recommendation from the Park Commission regarding policies, procedures, and fees for park facility and park pavilion use. I'm not sure if we have anyone from Park Commission. Here's what I'd like to do, council, and I'm gonna ask staff to help out. I think we have a number of items here. What I'd like to do is have staff lay out sort of a description of the 3 categories that were discussed and recommended by the Park Commission, and then I'd like to take those up individually to try to have some resolution on each of those sort of buckets of items and proceed that way if it meets your approval. And with that, I would ask Ms. Wayman to explain to us what's before us.
Sure. Earlier, I'm trying to think what month it was, before new council members were in, the city council did hear some discussion and a request from the Park Commission to increase the commercial use rental rate of the park areas to $25 an hour. There was kind of some caveats in that, and they were still working to, perfect that process. So this is kind of the final step of that process, as well as adding in pavilion reservation requirements and rental rates that they have come up with. And then they also laid out the rental applications in a Google document format so that people could go in through there, make all of their, requests for time, see calendars, see what's available. And they were kind of hoping to automate the process a little bit for staff. So if you check out that one sheet in the packet, the first thing is the proposed payment fee and payment agreement. This kind of talks about the rental terms and condition, the costs and use of facilities that they've added in. They've included a change fee just to kind of to make up for any time that staff would spend if there was any kind of changes. The current rental rate since that last city council discussion has been $25 per hour per location. With the pavilion, they are recommending an event rental rate of the pavilion But it's going to be based on residents or non-residents is what they have proposed. $100 per event, and $250 a refundable security deposit for residents, and then for non-residents, $300 per event and a $500 refundable security deposit. They have excluded the pavilion from that commercial use process. They wanted to make sure that the pavilion was used for kind of as it's intended for, birthdays and other kind of rentals, and that it wasn't rented, all the time by, different groups or on an ongoing basis. Though I believe it is currently used on a somewhat ongoing basis by a workout group that's kind of just been here for a while. They work out early enough in the mornings that it hasn't been an issue that we've noticed yet. That seems to be the summary of that document. So that seems to be the first part that they are looking at changing. Next, we have Rollingwood Pavilion reservation requirements, rules, and regulations. That's where they've just updated when the event, the pavilion could be rented. They did change the number of participants that they were going to allow in the pavilion. They do outline the costs there again for refundable deposits. They outline a process for time ahead of the event that things need to be scheduled in order to make sure that we're not scrambling at the last minute to get those in. And it mostly follows our past rules, but they just kind of put it into fit with their new proposal. Finally, those last section there, I can get it to pull up, is the 3 different rental applications that they have proposed based on if it's a non-commercial facility use, commercial facility use, which would be any of the baseball fields or around the field house as kind of a separate area, as well as the pavilion facility use and application. I believe just from a staff perspective, if the fees were if the city council likes the way the fees are structured and that kind of thing, that would be something we would bring back to you in the form of an ordinance to amend our fee schedule. So, however y'all want to review these, or if you want to break them up individually, it seems to me that it's the commercial use of areas of the park, non-commercial use of areas of the park, the pavilion separately, and then making sure you're okay with all the fees that they have proposed.
So did they do any research on what the fees are that are charged for rentals, like in the city of Austin or anywhere?
They have spent quite a bit of time, and Phil, I might even let you speak to that a little bit since you were on the commission during a lot of that. I know between Nicole and Melissa, Melissa Morrow works with WEA, obviously, so she was pretty familiar with those kind of structures, and I think they tried to make it something that was reasonable, but also considering what other rental rates around us are.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the rental rates for workout groups, that type of thing, were somewhat based on similar things that the school system used. I know the city of Austin is not trying to make any money whatsoever on their rental rates. Basically, what they're trying to do is offer as many possibilities to citizens of Austin and the surrounding areas that might not have the ability to participate in things, but balance that against free opportunities to use the park and that type of thing, and not having too many groups out there, any groups that are going to have conflicts with each other, that type of thing. So that's where Austin came down on it. We tried to incorporate some of that same attitude in the use of our park. For instance, we don't necessarily want the fields to be rented out to the exclusion of people being able to basically use the fields for open free play, that type of thing. I don't think they put anything in there to maybe prioritize using specific fields, but certainly if you were going to use, for instance, 3, 4, and 5 is quite oftentimes openly used. They would have 3 is the $25 big open area that would have enough sense to prioritize going to one or two, or the field house, or the pavilion, if they wanted some degree of privacy during that time, that type of thing. So, any of these things could be modified should there not be enough forethought to imagine, something that might arise, but a lot of time was put in it. When I reviewed it, it looks, it's a good first cut. If not, I don't see how it can be improved upon at this time. As I said, obviously, once this gets implemented, things may come up, adjustments may need to be made, but I would endorse it at this time. I'll put it that way.
Thank you, Phil. And I stepped out for a moment. I just want to ask clarity. Did your presentation actually include the waiver releases, or are we handling that separately?
That one we haven't quite got to,
That's fine. That's
but
good.
this is the perfect time to go ahead and go into that as well. The Park Commission did propose a waiver for use of the fields, as well as a COVID-19 waiver that they just kind of worked to gather information from surrounding areas. And Charlie, I might let you handle this part of the discussion, but it was found that those waivers were not necessarily necessary for COVID or recreational uses of the park, based on what the city's already covered when it comes to recreational uses of our facilities. But if the city is interested in having some kind of waiver that people sign, he did provide us a different waiver, which you'll be able to see there. It is the second attachment in the packet. It's not available at a link, but it's the next attachment under that item. So if that's something the city council feels strongly about having for people to sign, or however, maybe just for awareness or those kind of purposes, that document has been provided here.
So for clarity, this document in front of us has had legal review, or?
If it's the one that I drafted?
It is, yes. That's
Yes.
the one you drafted.
So, as a general matter, cities have immunity from certain claims. A claim that somebody came to one of our events and got COVID, we would have immunity from that claim. So you don't need a waiver for that, because we have immunity. You can have one, and I've included it as a line in this particular waiver, but it's legally, it's not necessary. We have immunity. With respect to recreational use, this Texas recreational use statute protects the city in an even higher way than our immunity does. You have to, in order to prove up damages in a recreational use, you have to prove gross negligence, not just negligence. And of course, in the state of Texas, you can't waive gross negligence. I think it's kind of up in there in the question in Texas, but it's pretty. I think if push came to shove in the court system, Texas courts would not authorize a waiver of gross negligence. And so we're protected through the recreational use statute also for any type of negligence action. And so I don't believe a waiver is necessary in that context, or the context of COVID-19. However, if you would feel more comfortable having a waiver signed, I have drafted one that I'm more comfortable with than what was presented.
Is there any risk if we have a waiver and then we forget to get someone to sign it, then they could come back and be like, hey?
Well, it certainly complicates things. I don't think it hurts us in a court system, but it certainly does complicate things.
So council, I think that's the full menu of options before you. You can do with them as you would like to do.
Quite a big concern on the pavilion rental rates and deposits is that they seem high. I mean, I remember we had rental rates in the past. I mean, there used to be a fee for renting the pavilion. I know I called in about renting the pavilion for my daughter's
Well, one thing I would say is, there were blocks of time that are available on, and it was only on the weekends for renting it for birthday parties and that type of thing. There isn't anything, if I'm remembering correctly, there isn't anything during the week blocked out or anything like that. There's 2 blocks of time on Saturday and 2 blocks of time on Sunday during the pavilion. So the $100 gives you the entire block of time. And as far as the deposit, yes, it is higher because there was a lot of people not picking up after themselves and that type of thing. So the park commission felt that setting a higher bar as far as deposit went would be a way of trying to have some degree of enforcement of you're actually picking up after yourself. You're not parking on the streets, you're parking in the parking lots that we told you you have to park at, that type of thing. Because the surrounding residents had a lot of concerns of, basically they were against renting the pavilion or having the pavilion be available at all. So it's trying to address that. It's trying to find a balance with those concerns and setting the bar a little bit higher. And particularly the bar's set considerably higher for outside residents because prior to it was set low and for instance there was some outside entity that was basically renting it almost constantly just as their location to have, and then they were farming out. It was somebody who would host birthday parties.
Subletting.
Yes, they were basically subletting because we were so cheap. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and I did, so my original thought was along Ms. Hudson's, because I do feel like it's amenity for the citizens, and it should be made available at a very low cost. But I also appreciated, I did have a legal question, but I appreciated the different rate for the non-Rolling Wood residents, because I have heard that complaint, and I feel like offering a little bit of a disincentive from exactly what you described, Mr. McDuffie, would probably be well received by the residents, even if they do have a little bit of a rental fee, and maybe council could possibly reduce that fee. My legal question was whether there would be an equal protection issue problem with setting a differential rate, but I'm told that there would not be. So you would be within your right to make that type of policy decision.
How are we gonna enforce a deposit if we're only renting it on the weekends and we don't have anybody at the city that's working on the weekends, so.
They're taking photographs when they arrive, and they're supposed to take a photograph after they leave, after they've cleaned up, to prove that they've cleaned up, that type of thing.
Timestamp on them?
Photograph typically has, I mean, on your phone, you typically have a timestamp or whatever. I would think.
You have to provide a timestamp, otherwise you
Yeah.
go, look, it's clean, here it is clean, it's the same picture. I mean,
Sure,
it's like,
sure.
you take it on a different day, you take whatever, it's like,
Yeah.
how
Well,
do you say, well, it's clean when we left, I don't know who left this mess,
sure. I mean, they're without having a staff or or somebody from the park commission like basically spend their entire weekend policing or
Well, not
whatever.
right,
Yeah.
that's my concern with
Yeah.
having a deposit, it's like, how do you, they did what they,
I think it's out there as an incentive and if there's a huge mess left. Once again, there's 2 different blocks of time. So if the first block of time left a huge mess, and we're anticipating, I think the park commission is anticipating that probably both blocks of time on each day is going to second block of time shows up and there's a huge mess, they're gonna basically say, hey, place was trashed when we showed up. So there's that. And then the next day, somebody shows up and there's a huge mess. Chances are you can blame that on the second block of time on Saturday or whatever. Yeah, there's no, yeah.
And I'll mention, Nicole Morisi sent me an email with kind of some highlights, and she talked about this current year we've had 26 rentals. So that was kind of what they were going off of, was if we charged $100 per rental, that would have been $2,600. I'm not aware of any deposits we've kept for damage or trash. Only ones that they have said we would like to donate it, and a couple of those we've had.
Yeah, there's never been any, to my knowledge, there's never been a forfeiture of a deposit up until now, although there maybe should have been, so.
Well, in an effort to keep us moving here,
Yeah.
I'm going to, this is all before us now, but I'll draw your attention to the first bullet point, which is the proposed payment fee and payment agreement. And if there's a will of the council to take action on this particular bullet point, I would entertain that motion for further discussion. It's only at the top.
I guess I'd make a motion that we adopt this and at least give this a shot at, I know the park commission put a lot of work into it, and I think it is a good cut given all the feedback that they were given. So I would make a motion to adopt the fee.
Second.
We have a motion by Council McDuffie to adopt the proposed payment fee and payment agreement. We have a second by, do you include the payment agreement also?
Sure.
And the payment agreement. We have a second by, I believe that was Councilwoman Brown, is that correct? So we have a motion and a second, council. Is there further discussion?
Sorry, one quick question. Do we rent the pavilion presently, or is this like a new thing? Because I heard you say that.
I think we rent it.
Okay, so you rented, you said you have a $100 fee.
$100 deposit is the only charge, and it's refundable upon cleaning it up and improving it.
So this is a little bit of a change, council. Again, it's always your prerogative to bring something back if there's pushback. I do think your argument for residents would be the differential for the non-residents to try to maintain a little bit more availability for the residents of Erlenwood. But it's your call. And you have a motion and a second. So is there further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries on the first item, the first bullet under this item. With that, council, I'll now direct your attention to the second bullet, which is the proposed Rolling Wood Pavilion reservation requirements, rules, and regulations. A quick refresher, if anybody needs it. Ashley, what is this one again?
This goes over the new, we do have currently a set of pavilion reservation requirements and rules. This adds in those new items, limiting it to the weekends. I think currently it's still limited to 4 events per week, but not specifically on the weekends. Including those new deposit and rental rates, including a time frame ahead of schedule for which they're supposed to submit these in order to give us time to get it calendared. I think they've also talked about it, if it's wide open and it's something we can handle, that we can waive those if necessary. It talks about a parking map for where people are supposed to be parking and are not allowed to park. And that seems to be
Perfect.
most of what was changed.
Thank you, Ashley. So council, this is your administrative kind of functions, that relate to the other item that you just approved. Be willing to entertain a motion for further discussion? If there is one.
Make a motion to approve these as well.
We have a motion to adopt the pavilion reservation requirements, rules, and regulations. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion, council?
Yeah, so one question I have, so if this turns out to be just a disaster on the weekends, if you some it's a mess and all this kind of thing, I mean, and we don't have anyone there to police it, and no one's around to watch, where cars are parking, and yeah, like how do we get back out of?
You will hear about it,
Okay.
and you will call Ashley and tell her to put it on the next council agenda.
Okay.
And repeal it or amend it.
Okay.
We'll have to hire staff and police for the weekend.
For those listening at home, that was Mr. Robinson requesting any
Yes.
comments to be addressed to him.
We'll have a sign-up schedule.
Yeah. Any other discussion, council? You have a motion and a second, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We will now direct your attention to the rental applications bullet point. And again, just a quick refresher, Ashley, on this one.
Sure. I believe these three could all be, you could include all three of them in one motion. They're all basically the same application, asking for the different information, and then it just breaks out when it's commercial or non-commercial or pavilion. They direct you to the rules and reservation requirements. They direct you to the fee and payment agreement, and they're pretty cool if you haven't had a chance to go through and walk through all the steps. They included a lot of helpful information for us.
With that, I'll entertain a motion on the rental application, the promulgated forms for the rental applications.
I make a motion that we adopt the rental form and application procedures.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Mr. McDuffie, a second from Ms. Brown. Is there further discussion? I have one discussion point, and it kind of relates to all of these, and it sort of relates to Mr. Robinson's point. I assume that it's somewhat nebulous of whether you're having an event in the pavilion versus enjoying a picnic with your family under the pavilion. I don't know that there's a great way to do this, but giving some thought from staff on how to approach that. What is an event? What is the definition of an event?
Sure. I think, so if they ever wanna rent it, outside of the rental hours, or wanna use it, it's really just kind of on a first come, first served basis. As far as like kind of any enforcement, ideally they would have their paperwork on them showing that they have an approved permit to be there. And really the only way we ever find out about it is if they were to call the police non-emergency line or go knock on the door and say, hey, we're having an event here and these people, will leave and we paid for it or something like that. Defining event for the pavilion, it's 20 people or less, so that's kind of the number that they've set
So
for
it
it.
is, I'm sorry, I should have looked at that. So
Mhm.
there is somewhat of a definition.
Yes, and then that's when they can't have commercial use in the pavilion, so it'd really just be limited to those kind of small events like that.
That was my question.
Will say that I seem to remember that when we had official rentals before, that there was a place to post down there where they, so you put something up and said, the pavilion is rented or reserved at these times, so that you can't come and set up to use something thinking you can just have a party without reserving it, and then the people that are having the party show up and go,
Sure.
you
That's a
need to
good
be on
idea.
there.
And that's maybe something, if staff could follow up with the Parks Commission about, have them give a little thought to how to
Provide notification.
how to post, how to notify.
Sure, and we have talked about, at least on our end, notifying, within the police department, notifying them of when there are scheduled to be reservations that weekend, and that way, they know if there's nothing on the schedule and there's a blowout happening in the pavilion, that it's probably, you know, it's not rented and there's not an issue necessarily, but.
Okay. And just some level of common sense is gonna have to prevail in this sort of thing, so. Okay, I'm sorry, it's been a long night. Did we have a motion on this rental application?
We do, yes.
Okay, you have a motion and second before you. There's not further discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Still on this particular item, but moving on to the waiver release discussion that was had by our city attorney with you. I will direct your attention to that and either entertain a motion or not at your will. Anyone have any deep thoughts on this one?
We don't have any waiver for people playing, or do we have a waiver requirement for the Little League?
We do.
So they already have an agreement?
As far as I know, they do. I believe they do.
Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, insurance requirements and stuff that
Yeah.
take over for commercial.
We've got a
Yeah.
contractual agreement with them that
Okay. I mean, because that to me is the most likely activity, that and, you know, somebody at the workout group or something like that is the most likely activity for somebody to be.
Yeah, and I think all those commercial ones have to have proof of insurance
Right.
and the waiver and all of that sort of thing, so we do have that. I mean,
I have a question on this.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're renting the park for a birthday party, who signs this waiver?
That's a good question, and I don't think I recognized until this discussion, because the waiver that was provided to me looked like a waiver for a recreational use of the park, that's what it
Yeah.
looked like. And so that's how I drafted it. But not until this discussion did I realize that maybe there may be an interest in if you wanna rent the facility, that we could modify this waiver slightly so that it's not specific to an event or an activity, but rather use of the rented facility, and we could solve that problem. So that's a good question.
Well, then you still have, even if the form fit, you
Well,
still,
we have to have everybody sign it, yes ma'am.
I don't think we want to have that for birthday parties.
We have to have everybody sign it.
We've probably put in enough barriers.
Have to worry about parking implications.
But it's a policy decision for you all, just so you know, though,
Well, there are a lot of birthday parties
we're
there.
still covered.
There are a lot of
I
birthday
feel that
parties.
we are, you know, we have immunity, correct, and so I feel comfortable that we're fairly covered. And we have insurance also, so.
yeah,
Yeah, I just don't see this, I don't see it fitting in a birthday party situation.
yeah.
You're an invitee, you know,
Yes, ma'am, you want.
to, you know, if your child gets hurt because she attended Phil's daughter's birthday party at the park, you're not gonna, you know, I don't know. It
Yeah,
just,
I
it,
mean, it's policy discussion, but,
Yeah.
you know, if I'm taking my daughter to someone else's birthday party and they say, in order to attend this, you gotta sign this waiver, I'm not so sure I'm taking my daughter to
Right.
the birthday party, I think is the point you're trying to.
exactly.
Right.
Well, and it just doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not giving rapid.
You know, if they brought in a bouncy,
Rapid.
you know, the bouncy thing, you
Well,
know.
we're not allowing
Those
those
people
anymore.
require
Those are not
waiver.
allowed.
We wouldn't be responsible
Right.
for that because it's not ours.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so.
I think we ditched the waiver for parties.
Moving right
I
along.
mean, there's already sovereign immunity, so.
Okay, hearing no further action requested on item number 14. We will close out item number 14, move to item number 15, discussion possible action on a resolution approving commercial LUE assignment policy. I'll ask Ms. Raymond to give us a brief refresh on this item that we've talked about last month, but I think this is coming back to us in an official capacity.
Yep, that's just it. We took y'all's motion and recommendation last month and put it into an official policy with a resolution officially adopting that policy, which will then play into the next item about an ordinance amending our ordinances regarding LUEs.
It's a great opportunity to speed up the evening a little bit.
We'll say my computer has died, and so I don't have reference to anything, so I'll let you guys take the lead on this.
Power too. Happy to entertain a motion to continue discussion and then move on to item 16, which is also related to this item.
I would move to approve the proposed ordinance and the proposed resolution with two changes to the proposed resolution. One change in the last whereas clause, the next to the last whereas clause, it says at the end that the council heard and the results of the study, and in accordance with a recommendation from the Utility Commission, the council approved a method of calculating LUEs. I would say the attached method and attach the method. And the same thing in the next whereas clause. The council adopted the attached policy, and then in the resolved clause, we, the council, do hereby approve the attached LUE policy and attach the policy we are approving.
So two attachments, Exhibit A and Exhibit B?
To the resolution,
Yes. She's asking to attach. Was there two attachments or just one?
I think there's just one attachment.
Same
I think
attachment, two
the
places.
attachment is the policy,
Okay, all right, got it.
Sure.
is the next page.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you piece that motion together? Are you good?
We can definitely use that direction to
Okay.
do
I
a
heard
final
motion to approve the resolution with an amendment to include the policy.
Well, there's an ordinance and there's a resolution.
So the resolution is separate from the ordinance. If we can handle the resolution.
We're
Okay.
good. I'm gonna let,
Amend my motion to address only approval of the resolution with the suggested changes.
perfect. You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 16. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending Appendix A fee schedule of the city's Code of Ordinances, Section A 9.003, water services rates to include that living unit equivalents are defined by policy of the city. I will ask Ms. Wayman to give us an explanation.
Because the changing of the method in which LUEs are assigned was not part of our fee structure, we didn't change the base rate, we didn't change the volumetric rate. Our city attorney suggested that we include language to make it clear that that's how living unit equivalents are adopted, that they're defined by the policy of the city. So simply by adding that language in there, I think it gives clarity to, we just passed a resolution that talks about the policy, and then there's no question about how those LUEs are assigned.
And it's fairly consistent with how other, communities have addressed these issues.
And I will note and give kudos that you do have underlined language of what's being added on this one.
Yes. I actually typically try to accomplish that, so I do apologize for the underlying language. Although I think I also try to, I'll just ask right now, is
would you like that in the ordinances as well? Numbered lines on the side so that you can actually, so if you want to discuss a change, you can say line number 14 on page 1?
I would like that.
Okay, we can start doing that as well.
That was very helpful.
Thank you. Okay, you've heard the explanation, members. I'd be happy to entertain a motion for further discussion.
I move approval of the ordinance as presented.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We've already taken up agenda item number 17. I'll move to agenda item number 18. Discussion and possible action to approve and set dates for various workshops to include water and wastewater system issues and improvements, drainage system issues and improvements, and city hall issues and improvements. I have some comments myself and thoughts on this, but this is Councilwoman Brown's item, so I'll recognize her first to open this up for discussion.
This is an item so that it seems to me that, well, as a new council member, I'm not up to speed on where we are on each of those topics, and I'm not aware of any priority setting that we've done on those topics. And I think it is also appropriate to, if we're looking forward toward prioritizing those projects, that we set workshops up so that we can have a discussion with a larger community, more than 3 minutes at the beginning of the council meeting, and work through what the issues are and what the sense of the community is about priorities. So as we've gone through our agenda tonight, I realize that we're going to have that opportunity with the CIP. We haven't, it may be, so I could propose that we look at doing something similar on drainage system issues and on city hall improvements. The timing on this we may want to wait till revisit this at the February or March meeting because our plate's looking really full. But I think we do need to have it, and I think we need to start talking about having it so that people are prepared to come with their issues and concerns, and we can have a healthy discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. First of all, I agree with everything you just said, and you stole some of my thunder. Well, that was good because it was what I was going to suggest. So we do have the CIP coming up, and all of these items, I planned on trying to set workshops up for council to be briefed. I think expanding those to have more, to have community, present, to have those work. Obviously, we would have posted for that anyway, but I think trying to do that, in my mind, it was maybe in midday or something like that. I think we can easily move that to the evening to try to give folks an opportunity to participate. All 3 of those were items that I had planned to include. I did amend the posting slightly to say to include water and wastewater systems and to include the other things to give us some flexibility also, because I'd like you to also have a briefing on the GIS system, the mapping system, and some things like that that I think are important for you to have some visibility into, but weren't necessarily covered the way it was originally proposed to be posted. So there are some other things that I think we could add to some of those workshops as well. I guess I would ask for a little bit of grace on committing to do this, but maybe not setting the dates necessarily this evening, because I would like to have an opportunity to look at my calendar and try to coordinate, maybe have staff do a doodle poll among the council and figure out when there's some availability for us to all get together. Since we're going to try to do probably probably some workshops before the next council meetings related to, the comprehensive plan. These probably would need to be
That could be coordinated
on
with
other,
that.
on either that or on other dates. It's gonna be a lot, it's gonna be drinking from the fire hydrant, though, if we do an hour of comprehensive plan and then an hour, hour and a half on each one of these, because each one of these probably requires their own
Session.
session.
I would agree.
And we also have to coordinate, because we have consultants and vendors, contract people who are gonna be probably the ones presenting these issues. Certainly a refresher on the IIP to sort of represent what previous councils have adopted and looked at. We'll have the new CIP as well. We have a very comprehensive, what did we call it? Where we looked at the city hall,
Spatial needs.
spatial needs assessment, thank you.
Special, yes.
We had a spatial needs assessment, that's a lengthy document, that we'll need to go through and show you the different options that council was presented. We haven't done anything with those, but those are all work products that have already been done, and so you'll need to have those presentations as well. On some of those, we may not have the contractor come back in and do the presentation, we'll probably have staff walk, certainly on the special needs assessment, I think. But point is, there's a lot of work here, totally agree. But if we could hold off on setting dates until we can do a little bit more coordination, or if you want to have a motion that calls for that coordination, we can do that as well.
And I apologize, just as a reminder, and maybe for those of y'all who are new that may not know, because these will be call meetings, in order to hold a meeting, we'll have to have at least 4 council members present in order to put, that's a form for a call meeting.
Which
Okay.
means everybody until we get our line.
Right.
Our spot filled.
Right. So, that's my 2 cents. Happy to proceed.
I am happy putting this on my to-do list to bring back up at a later time in a couple of months.
And I have it on my follow-up to-do list as well. All right, hearing no other discussion on item number 18, we'll move on to item number 19. Update, discussion, and possible action regarding the Zilker Park vision planning process. Happy to throw this open for discussion. I see my initials next to it, which must mean I wanted it on here. Or if someone else did, feel free to jump in. I will say that I'm not sure that everyone has received a copy of the Zilker Park Vision Plan, or at least the draft proposal. If you haven't, speak up and let's make sure and get that to you. I think in order of operation, I would view the MOPAC South as taking precedent over this one for right now, because it's further along the planning process. There's a lot, we're under some deadlines in terms of needing to make some comments on it. I want to make sure everybody has a chance to look at the Zilker Park Vision plan. And then let's have a group discussion on how to proceed with that. I think we probably have a little bit more time, but we do need to stay engaged on it. So I'm happy to listen to anyone's thoughts on this particular issue. I do agree with Councilwoman Brown. We do have a very full plate moving forward, but this is one that we need to keep on the radar.
Yeah, like this, Mayor. So, yeah, this is interesting. If you go on the website, I mean, there's going to be another community meeting, I think, in February. But if you go to this website, there's a couple of interesting maps. Like one's there's an interactive map, and there's also a survey. Those 2 things that I think we should all. I mean, I encourage everybody to just go do it. I did it. I mean, just to see what was coming back. Like you can go through the survey, and you'll see like maybe like 200 to 300. This is similar to what the gentleman from Bickerstaff was talking about. Like, hey, there's all these opportunities for public comment, and people just don't take advantage and do it. It's the same thing with this. I mean, like how big is our area? Like how big is the whole metropolitan area around here? And like 300 or 400 people, maybe have submitted, feedback to this thing. So I was thinking we could also do a similar thing, like just encourage everybody to take the survey, pick every option that is like, it's pretty obvious the ones that are not like good for us, and just bombard them with a bunch of, anyway.
Yeah.
So, but frankly, if you look at it, I was kind of encouraged because a lot of I kind of agreed with like what most people want, and I don't think most of the people that have taken it want a lot of the crazy things that we've heard, but doesn't mean we shouldn't stay on top of it. But I do think it's good, like just going on the website. The interactive map is interesting too because they have the different zones, and they like highlight like, hey, what do you think if we did this with this zone? Like you guys have heard probably the parking garage under MOPAC, that discussion. I don't know, that seems like it's more like next to Stratford, but there is also some like comments there. Oh, that was the other thing that would be really interesting, because in the survey when you do it, like if you read down the bottom, you can read a bunch of comments that other people have made, and it's just helpful to get an idea of where other people are. So that's what I've done on that. I mean, I don't really have any other.
No, I think that's helpful. And I think the more we can, and maybe I can get with the staff and we can talk about ways in which to get that website out and the survey link out might be.
I'd recommend that Councilmember Alex Robinette do a posting on Nextdoor about his experience taking the survey, recommending to residents of Rollingwood.
I think
As
that's.
they do so themselves.
She's really getting in a groove here of recommending. I think that's great. I'm not sure you can make a motion to compel fellow council. But I'm open to the effort. So, but I think
I think we should look at opportunities like that, as well as putting it on our own city website.
Yeah.
A link that would get people a blurb and a link. And maybe Councilmember Robinette could draft the blurb.
Robinson.
That's right. I just get confused.
He was just saying, that's not me.
I know.
Robinette.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll come back, but encourage council to try to socialize that as much as possible. We'll come back with some ideas. We have some resources that the city has too with Bowie and Company. We might talk about visiting with them on how to help get that message out.
Yeah, but I'll write up what I've learned and send it to staff for sure.
That'd be great.
All right, any other items on number 19 or action? Hearing number 9, hearing none, we will move on past 19, move on to number 20. Discussion and possible action on amendments to the hybrid meeting policy, and recognize our city attorney to give us an update on some additional thoughts that he had, and I'll keep talking until he gathers.
Sorry, yeah, actually, this is, there's two changes to this. One is staff, and one was mine. And mine is an addition at E, because when I was asked by then Councilmember Messengill about whether or not we would have to cancel a meeting if we lost feed, and my answer was no. I was thinking only in the context of how it is right now, that the video feed was simply for the public to view, but we had a full quorum of council here, and no council member was participating remotely through the hybrid policy. And when I got back to the office, I started thinking, well, maybe we also need to put in here what happens if we're actually holding a true hybrid meeting as that is understood by the statute, which would require a termination of the meeting if we lost audio and video feed. And I actually used the language right out of the statute. If at least one council member is participating in a meeting remotely, and both audio and video feed is lost so that the public can no longer hear or see the proceedings, the meeting must be recessed until the issue is resolved. And if it is not resolved within 6 hours, the meeting must be terminated. And that's right out of the statute. And so I thought we should put that in the policy. It doesn't need to be in the policy, but I thought we should, basically for the reasons that you had stated earlier in the meeting, which is to make sure we have all that information. information in the policy.
So I read that, and I'm wondering if we have a quorum on the dais and somebody's remote and we lose that, why we can't just kick them off and continue the meeting?
Yeah,
If we don't
good.
need them to have an official meeting
Good,
anyway.
good question. I would have to ask the legislature why they wouldn't allow us to do that. But the way the statute is written is if we have a council member participating remotely and we lose audio and video feed of the meeting, this is what the statute requires.
But only if a council member is.
That's only if a council member is participating remotely. If the council member said, I am going to participate in the meeting, but I'm going to be wherever, and I'm going to be participating by remote, and we lose not one or the other, both. We have to lose both audio and video feed. But if that happens under the statute, we have to pause the meeting until we fix it, and if we don't fix it within 6 hours, we have to terminate the meeting.
Yeah, we're not gonna continue a meeting 6 hours later at 3 in the morning.
I didn't draft didn't draft this.
It sounds a little bit like an unintended consequence, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. It's the way the statute's written.
It's also
And who's gonna wait around 6 hours?
Yeah, no, I think something's gonna have to be very, very important, I think. All right, and then the other was a staff.
Sure. That first, the red line there addition, it was what came out of last month's meeting. That was the only addition to the policy as written, to include kind of some tech support if someone was having issues who was just a member of the public. So that was amended and added in last month, but I wanted y'all to see that. And it's also now, you'll notice on the agenda, I included that same language just for help for people. And then I might also, I'm sorry I didn't catch this before, because we do have all of our boards and commissions required to follow the Open Meetings Act per our code, I think maybe for item E there, one council member or board member, would that be appropriate? That's how I worded the rest of the policy, so I might like to include that language there, because that's what we do for others, board members or council members, because we have other boards and commissions.
Okay, you have the items before you, council. Be willing to take any motions for action for further discussion. And if you need help from Ashley on how to phrase that last addition, we can help you.
I move approval of the hybrid meetings policy with the amendment to include reference to commission members under item A? E? No.
E? I think it was E.
Item E.
Well stated. You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second by Councilwoman Brown. Is there further discussion?
Wasn't it board or commissions?
Yes.
I'll use the same language from
Okay.
earlier in the
Okay.
policy.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And we'll move on to item number 21, discussion possible action to reappoint board and commission members whose terms are expiring for an additional 2-year term, and to consider granting a term limit extension to Chris Braden to continue serving on the Board of Adjustment, Jim Beneke to continue serving on the Board of Adjustment, Pat Sheehan to continue serving on the Rolling Wind Community Development Corporation, Clark Wilson to continue serving on the Utility Commission, and Christopher Meekin to continue serving on the Utility Commission. I would open it, or I'd recognize Ms. Wayman to give us a brief history on how we've done this in the past and what she did to determine who wanted to stay.
Yes, so we reached out, if there wasn't a meeting in the last month of the Board or Commission, we reached out to all those Board or Commission members whose terms were expiring to get just a confirmation that they did wish to continue serving. As far as the term limit extensions go, that's how it had been done in the past. It was done by motion of City Council for anyone who wanted to go beyond the, we have a 3-term limit rule here. Based on our code, we've kind of interpreted that if someone took over someone's unexpired role for maybe a year, that wouldn't count against their 3 terms. So Generally, if they're at, they've done 2.5 terms, we wouldn't penalize them. If they've done their 3 and another half, then we would bring them back that next time. So you'll be able to see when they were first joined or first appointed there in that right column, and we've noted which ones would require a term limit extension per our code.
And just a brief comment, historically, we've typically allowed these extensions. We felt like from a policy perspective, it was a good idea to bring them back for this discussion that we're having now. But typically, we've typically always approved these. We do have 9 individuals on the waiting list to be on boards and commissions, but you will have an opportunity to fill a number of those with the next agenda item. And if you chose not to do this on all of these, then we would be short a few. But again, it's a policy decision for you all, and it's now open for discussion. And action, if anyone wants to speed it up and make a motion.
I will say that we had previous council members that were very concerned about people extending their service for years and years and years. And that's when we went back and readjusted the kind of the criteria for how do you define the 6-year, because did it say 3 terms or it was just 6 years? I think it may have been 6 years, but anyway, we reestablished how that was determined. I know that there are some people on these boards and commissions that have done excellent service for years, and losing all of that institutional knowledge can be very detrimental.
Yeah, it's it's somewhat similar to our policy decision that we made a few years ago to, even if we're happy with our vendors and contractors, to make sure we're putting them on a cycle where they come back up for review and discussion. So it's similar to that, is it just gives the council an opportunity to have this discussion for these reappointments. But typically we've extended them because although we do have some folks on the list today, that has not always been the case. We've often had meetings where we had no one on the waiting list and vacancies to fill. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword if you try to be too strict on this extension process.
Yeah, that's what sorry, can I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's sort of one of the things I've been thinking about today on this issue. One of the things I wanted to ask in the past, and you've also given some good context already, but has there ever been consideration of like, okay, someone that's reached their term limit, we throw them back in the pool with everyone else. We grant the reappointments for people that are still within their, that don't need a term extension. Then the ones that do, you throw them all back in the pool with everyone else, and then see where you end up after basically having them start again. And then the only thing that I was like thinking about was, gosh, you got a lot of people on here, and there's a lot of great people that want to serve. You hate to also like discourage them from even applying if they never can get on.
Sure.
I know.
Typically, I don't remember if there's been discussion on that particular method.
Mhm.
Typically, there's been enough turnover on all these boards and commissions. I mean, sometimes there's a dry spell, but like we have 6 that are coming up on the next agenda item. So,
Yeah.
there is a little bit of a wait sometimes, but especially if someone applies and they only want to do utility commission, then they may have a longer wait than someone who says, I'll do any of them. That usually is kind of the defining criteria of how quickly you move up the list.
I will say that one thing that I noticed in looking at this again that we had not talked about or considered before, that I can recall, is that the Board of Adjustments is a little different than, or it's definitely different than all of the others in that we have alternates. It also seemed very odd that the alternates all have the same expiration date, and it seems like that should be
2 points of clarity on that. And I'm not gonna pull up 22 yet, but, first point of clarification is for BOA, it is also slightly different in that, BOA is appointment retention, appointment by the mayor, retention by the council. So I do the appointment, and then you have an up or down vote on who that person is. To your point, on the next agenda item, my intent would be to appoint someone that is experiencing the issue that you just described. They've been historically an alternate, and it will be my intent on the next item to make that appointment and give you an opportunity to confirm that appointment, and then it will be and then that will, if it's confirmed, would then give, cause a vacancy in the alternate position, and it would be my intent to further appoint someone else on the waiting list for BOA to start gaining that institutional knowledge. So just for clarity, I think some of what you just described, it's my intent to take care of in the next agenda item. And I'm open for a motion. Or not. I guess I'll need a motion either way.
Okay, well, I will make one motion, which I think we can pass easily, and then we need another motion for the other one. I move to extend the term limit for Pat Sheehan on the RCDC, for Clark Wilson on the Utility Commission, and for Christopher Meehan on the Utility Commission.
Can you state that again, please?
I move to extend the term limit for Pat Sheehan to continue serving on the RCDC, Clark Wilson to continue serving on the Utility Commission, and Christopher Meehan to continue serving on the Utility Commission.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion, council? Okay, anything more? All right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Robinson, sorry.
Aye.
McDuffie,
Aye.
Hudson,
Aye.
being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Sorry about that, it's getting late. Okay, you have we're still on agenda item number 2. You have two extensions before you, and Jim Beneke and Chris Braden. Be open to a motion or further discussion. I got nothing. So is the intent of the council to single out 2 members for not appointment and appointment of the other 3?
And I guess my biggest concern is that, you know, the whole idea that there's limited opportunities for people to move up. I don't remember us having anybody. I mean, we've got Jim Beneke's been on there for 14 years.
go this route, I will just point out that if we go this route, we will be one short for a vacancy in an alternate position for BOA at the end of this, I believe, if I'm counting that right.
It would appear that way if you brought up one, then there would be 2 additional vacancies. And then 2 alternate vacancies, and we have, I guess, 3 that have applied.
Correct.
3. And I don't know if this totally matters. I have not asked the other alternates, you know, if that's something they would consider. Robert Turner made that clear that he would like to be put in the list to go to a regular member, so I haven't asked them specifically individually if that was something they were wanting to do, to jump from the alternate to a regular member, but I haven't heard otherwise either, so.
Well, but we also haven't asked them.
Sure, exactly,
I mean,
yeah.
I actually asked 2 of them who were interested in doing it. I did not ask Robert because he'd already turned that in.
Sure.
And there was one other member that I had not contacted, so.
And we do have 3 seeking appointment to the BOA.
We do.
Oh, one of them is a move from
They-
alternate.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we only have 1 vacancy.
Their term roles.
So if we moved one person up there and then those other 2, I mean, we don't run out of people to fill the spots. We just
Wait, don't we have one,
push them a bit.
don't we have 1 vacancy and then 2 extensions that, so aren't there 3, is that not how, didn't I read that right? So there are 3 spots, right?
So there'd be 3 spots.
There would be 3 spots, yes.
And they all expire.
Right, and we have 4 alternates.
Just by year, so.
Oh, I see what you mean. The issue with the BOA on alternates, and I don't know, we could ask staff this question, but you have to have at least 5 members at any meeting, because you've got to have at least 4 who can vote
Right.
if a variance is to be granted. So you need at least 5 attending the meeting.
Right.
So that's why there's alternates there. But I don't know how hard, I don't think it's been hard to get 5 people among the members and the alternates for any, you know, usually there's the time I've been on the BOA, those spots are filled within a day. You know, an email sent who can be there for this time, for this hearing, and the spots are filled from the, you know, alternates have been called up only once maybe this past year.
I have something to say. I was under the impression that these folks their term had expired and they hadn't been reappointed, and we were just saying we're gonna allow them to continue in the unexpired term. What I'm hearing is that their term will not expire naturally until when?
It's December 20.
It'll be December of 2021. Zoning Board of Adjustment members can be removed only for cause under the statute, which means under the statute, they are entitled to serve out the remainder of their term, and you can replace them at the end of their term. But they cannot be removed except for cause.
I'm not talking about removing anybody.
Well, you are, because they're currently serving in a 2-year term for a zoning board of adjustment. And you're talking about creating a vacancy. What I heard is you're talking about creating a vacancy and appointing someone to that vacancy.
We're talking about not extending, not waiving the term limit that would prevent them from entering into a new term.
Okay, so they would still continue to serve out their term until the end of December?
Yes.
And what I was proposing.
Okay,
was
I'm totally okay with that. I was
That's
under the.
what my understanding
Yeah,
is.
if you were attempting to have them say, we are not going to extend their term, and so we're gonna remove them and replace somebody else right now, that wouldn't be authorized under the statute.
I think it's waiver of we wouldn't be waiving the term limit. That
Okay.
would prevent them from being
Or we
reappointed.
would be waiving the term limit, but moving them to an alternate position instead of.
But
Yeah.
it wouldn't take
Okay.
effect.
But but it wouldn't take effect until December at the end, or January until the end of the term. Okay, I apologize, I just needed to make sure I understood what we're, it's a little confusing to me, this process. Sorry.
Anyway, and to me, if we didn't ask all of the people who are alternates if they were interested in moving up, I don't know that I would feel comfortable moving the last person appointed up just because he's the only one that said, I wanna move up. But we didn't ask everybody else.
Okay, well, I'm gonna recommend, then around the BOA appointments, that we not,
Postpone them till
yeah, that we
January.
not take any action on that, and that we not take any action on, well, I'm not going to be making any recommended appointments for BOA under 22, until January, or until next month. Okay, any other action on 21?
Can I have a question? If you
Yeah.
want? Yes, so
Robinson.
we have members that are seeking reappointment that don't have this term extension issue. They, so,
Those are those are the three that,
No.
well, there's some,
He's talking about people that have only been on whatever for 2 years, and so
Yeah.
they could continue for another 2 years.
there's a
But they're
couple.
just not, their names are not listed in this agenda.
Right, yeah, they're that first part to reappoint board and commission members whose terms are expiring, and then there's extending the term. So we could go back and do a motion now to reappoint
okay.
those whose terms are expiring, if that's the will of the council.
Okay, I move to, reappoint members whose term is expiring, but who have not exceeded their term limits for another 2-year term.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye, opposed say no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Duffy.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. All right, there being no other action to take on item number 21, move to item number 22, discussion of possible action to review applications and make appointments to the Park Commission, Utility Commission, RCDC, Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Board of Adjustments. Okay, now, I'm going to not be making any recommendations for your consideration regarding BOA. So with that, we will move on to the Utility Commission first. You have 2 Utility Commission spots to consider, and I will take any motions related to those 2 appointments.
Move appointment of Chris Kirksey and Melissa Frey to Utility Commission.
Second.
You have a motion and a second before you, council. I'm sorry, I'm trying to take notes as we're doing this. Is there discussion?
They both look like good candidates.
Mhm.
We need some people on the Utility Commission.
The only other context I'll give you of everyone who has applied, the only other individual who has indicated a willingness to serve on Utility Commission is also Kevin Shell. With that, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Duffy.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That takes care of your Utility Commission appointments. now move to the, I'm actually gonna move to the RCDC. We have, two appointments to make to the RCDC. And I would entertain any motions for those appointments.
I make a motion to appoint Brian Ryder and Colin Harvey to RCDC.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second, is there further discussion? Alright. Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Duffy.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. Alright, you've now taken care of your utility commission appointments and your RCDC appointments. Now move to the Parks Commission, and I'm happy to entertain, we only have one option.
I make a motion that we appoint Jennifer Meyer to the Park Commission.
Second.
And that was your option. You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor vote aye, opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Duffy.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. We will welcome all of those individuals to the boards and commissions. We'll have further discussion about BOA next month. Thank you, council member. Okay, with that, we will move on to discussion, item number 24, discussion and possible action regarding the vacancy on city council to be filled by appointment or special election. We have, we posted this in a way for your consideration, council, to give you, well, technically 2 out of the 3 options. I apologize for not thinking of the third. The third would be no action, which you could do by doing nothing this evening. But the 2 actions that you are allowed to take would be to fill the vacancy by appointment in some manner, or to call a special election. I'll open it up for you for discussion. I would ask you to think carefully about the special election option, because I think it's maybe not worth, the juice is not necessarily worth the squeeze on that one, but we will proceed however you see fit.
That would have to be in May, right?
What's that?
That would have to be in May, and so you're talking about giving somebody 6 months before they'd have to go through the election process again, and then we don't have somebody in the position for the next 5 months. And if we ever have to call a special council meeting, every one of us has to show up, and there's no.
And it's costly.
No leeway, and it costs a lot, so. I will say that when I first got on council, I was appointed to fill an unexpired term of Dale Dingley, who was elected mayor while he was serving on council. And it was the off year, right, so he still had a year left on his council position. And at that time, we filled the position, city council filled the position by accepting applications for people that were interested in serving. And then they considered the applications, and I was selected to fill out that term. And I think that's a good way to handle it, because then we know who's interested in doing it, and we get the position filled so that we have a full complement of council members, and we are not hamstrung by not having enough people to make quorum when we need to. So that would be my suggestion.
Do you have a suggestion as to timing on that? When people would file applications, when we would take it up?
It's kind of an awkward time, that's the only thing, with the holidays and getting people aware, and, we would have to make sure that we could get the word out. If we were to
council's attention even if we try the next few weeks. So,
We'll either do it then or the next, or February.
Do we have 5 weeks still for the next council meeting? This is early for the council, I mean, we can't be any earlier than the 15th, right? So, so it's 5 weeks until the next council meeting. If we ask for applications by the 12th, which would be the week before, that would be 4 weeks from now.
I don't see a problem with that.
I think, I would think that's doable.
we'll do our best to execute whatever process council wants to adopt.
Is there a specific application form or something that the council would consider? I suppose the regular application for place on the ballot, at least containing that information, would be important.
Or a board and commission form,
Yeah.
What was that, Sarah?
or the board and commission form, application form that we have already.
I think that's more helpful, because the candidate filing is just name and address, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, board or commission form has resume and whatever else.
Yeah, how else have you served,
Yeah,
you know?
Mhm.
why?
I would just ask whatever motion you make to give us some level of specificity on how you want us to collect those applications. If you want us to re-promulgate that existing form, we can do that sort of thing, so.
Do you think we would need to make changes to it, or just?
I would just,
Tell
a new title.
Oh, yeah.
Be pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Charlie, is there any information, like, I know they would need to be would they need to be eligible for office under a normal?
They need to be eligible to take office under the state statute, which is registered voter, qualified voter, I think it is, qualified voter, 18 years of age, resided in the community within
6 months.
6 months.
So if you directed us to,
not declared mentally incompetent.
so if you directed us to pursue this process, we would change the application form to include those criteria. So we would change the title, we would include that criteria. Don't know, it's a little different for boards and commissions, so we would get with council and make sure that it's correct.
Right, but
I don't
that
think the
information
boards
has-
and commissions has no eligibility criteria.
Right.
Well, not in the rule, but I think the form, or at least the form that we used to use, until
I can read
very
it.
recently, it
I've got
has,
one here.
it used to have that information on there. Are you?
My point is, we will get with council and make sure it's correct.
It doesn't have, it has name, address, phone number, employment, residency, experience. We'd need
Okay,
citizenship, and qualified voter.
okay, so the form was updated after.
And that's just a
the
yes,
code
no.
changed.
Right. Okay, council, what's your,
I move that we set the date of January 12th for receipt of applications for the vacancy in the council position. That we ask applicants to present the same information as is contained in the boards and commissions application form, but also include whether they are a qualified voter and what's the other one?
Residency.
Residency of 6 months.
residency within the city of Rolling Wood for 6 months and citizenship over 18 years of age and citizen of the United States.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second, is there further discussion, council?
Can I make a comment or?
Yeah, if you'll step up.
Shanti Jaykumar. At the last council meeting, I came up and spoke to you all about requirements for boards and commissions and how that information was not public, but I'm very happy. Thank you, Ashley, for having all that information. I have a thicker file now, but I'm very happy to know who these people are that are going to be serving us. I'm really ecstatic that I know something about these people, so when I meet them, I can have a good discussion with them. Okay, now, while you're discussing about the citizenship requirement, I just wanted to bring y'all's attention to the council meeting of 2/19 of 20, when there's a red line version which changed the requirements for boards and commission, and y'all removed the requirement for citizenship on that. And that's not been codified yet. I mean, I don't see it, it's in line waiting to be put on the statute, on the Code of Ordinances. So it clearly redlined the membership requirements, took it out, the qualifications to serve on all city council appointed boards, commission, and committees are the same as the qualifications to hold the position of alderman in the city, and are further limited, blah, 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 okay? So at that meeting, I have the minutes here, and it says City Attorney Charlie Zeck stated that he does not see a conflict in taking the oath and serving on a board or commission. That's in the minutes. And I'm very confused that somebody, being an immigrant myself, I waited to be a citizen before I was appointed to a board or commission from 84 to 2000. And that has nothing to do with going forward, but I take great pride in taking the oath of office after I became sworn in as a citizen of this country. So to me, it's very disingenuous to entertain anybody to serve on a board or commission and then say that it's the same requirement to be on the council, and then redline the ordinance that requires somebody to be a citizen. And then the application form still says on the website, are you a citizen of the United States? There's something missing here in my mind. There's a discrepancy. Either you say it's the same, and I think that's the right thing to do, that anybody who takes an oath of office to be on a board or commission should be a citizen of this country. I take great pride in that, honestly. So I find this discussion a little disturbing because it should be a no-brainer, you know? So I just wanted to bring that up. But mainly I also wanted to thank you, all of you, for restoring the information for public to see. I take great pride in that too, so thank you. Okay.
We'll take a further look, a little historical context there. At the time, I think that change was made. There were some individuals, very qualified individuals, who did not have their citizenship. But I hear your concern. I'm going to mainly work with city attorney to see if we do have if we adopted something that did not get codified. We'll report back, but it's not directly related to this item, so we'll get back to this one. So we've got a motion and a second, I believe, on this item. Is there further discussion? All right, hearing none. Are you good, Ashley? Do you have what you need? Hearing no further discussion, all All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. Okay, one second. Okay, with that, I'm going to pull up agenda item number 11 from earlier, and then also pull up agenda item 25, update and discussion. I'm gonna pull up 2 items. Item number 25, update, discussion, and possible action to fill vacant staff positions. I'm also pulling up item from earlier in the evening, item number 11, discussion and possible action on a resolution amending the City of Rolling Woods authorized representatives for tax pool. I'd like us to have a discussion on 11 first and get to Councilwoman Hudson's questions, and then it would be my intent to have a short discussion on item 25, and then I would like us to go to executive session to specifically discuss the vacancy at the city administrator position and the public works superintendent vacancy, and then we'll come back for action after that. With that, item number 11 is before you. Did you have questions? I think I know what they are, but
No, I was looking at titles
I understand.
and wanted us to see if we were going to have a different title before we maybe changed our other positions.
Okay, we can handle 11 at the end. Okay. With that, I will open up item 25 for update, discussion, and possible action to fill vacant staff positions. As you all know, currently we have a utility billing clerk vacancy. We have an administrative assistant vacancy. We have a city administrator vacancy. We have a public works director vacancy. We have a public works superintendent vacancy, and we have a patrol officer vacancy. We can talk about all of those items, but I would like to specifically go into executive session and have a discussion with council about the city administrator vacancy and the public works superintendent vacancy. That is under personnel, yes. I'm sorry, do I need to decide something?
Yes. No, you don't have to set the section, just under personnel exception.
Oh, under the personnel exception for executive session. That was much easier. Yeah, we'll go in the back
I'll
office.
mute everything for sure, so we're gonna stay live, but there will be a stat. And I'll confirm that, but just in case, y'all go ahead.
Mayor, can we have a
Right.
breaking for executive session at 11:48 p.m. Okay, City Council has reconvened into regular session at 12:07 a.m. No action was taken in executive session, and with that, we're back on the regular agenda. Item number 25. And I will open it up for possible discussion and action. I'll give a quick update. This is related to the filling of vacant staff positions. As I mentioned earlier in the evening, City Council currently has 6 vacant staff positions. Those include a utility billing clerk, which also serves in the same role as an administrative assistant. We also have an administrative assistant vacancy. We have a city administrator vacancy, have a public works director vacancy, and a public works superintendent vacancy. With that, council, I will open up for further discussion among council in terms of how we want to handle some of these positions, and look forward to the discussion. Jump right in there.
So I move that we appoint Ashley to the, as the interim city administrator for period of 6 months.
Okay, council members, you have a motion to,
Second.
you have a motion and a second to appoint Ashley Wayman as interim city administrator for a term of 6 months. You have further discussion, council? I'll just say, I think Ashley has done and is doing a great job. Really think her communication skills are top notch. She's done a great job in the assistant city administrator role, as well as the city secretary role. She's been doing kind of double duty. I look forward to continuing working with her and working with all of you on your priorities. And obviously, we'll be in touch. But I think this is a great first step, and look forward to working with you all and Ashley in this role for 6 months, should it pass. Any other discussion, comments?
Ditto.
Great. Hearing no other discussion, you have a motion and a second before you. All those in favor vote aye, opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
Duffy?
Aye.
Hudson?
Aye.
4 ayes and no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. I look forward to implementing this on your behalf. And just so you know, with that, giving us a little flexibility at the top, I'll work with Ashley, and it'll be my intent to try to get to post and get some great candidates for the administrative assistant role that can also serve in the role as city secretary, and we'll be working on that and report back to you.
Good.
Is there any other discussion or possible action on any of the other vacancies at this time?
Some of them are already posted, right?
Some of them are posted. We're actively trying to fill some of these positions, and we will report back to you as we hopefully have some success on them. So
Is there any other action you need us to take at
there
this
is no
time?
other action that I need you to take.
Seeing as it-
With that, though, we do need to go back to item number 11 from the earlier conversation, and item number 11 is now back before you. This is relating to the text pool. It's posted as discussion possible action on a resolution amending the City of Rolling Woods authorized representatives for text pool. The main thing on this is adding myself to that designation for text pool. And now, as I'm looking at it closer, I think we'd probably need to amend this document to not be related to the Assistant City Administrator for Ashley Wyman, but rather the Interim City Administrator, Ashley Wyman. And with that, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
You have a motion before you to adopt the document, putting myself as mayor on the text pool application for text pool authorized representative form, and to amend the document to reflect interim city administrator for Ashley Wyman. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second before you. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye, opposed say no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Just to point out to those listening at home and those who are also interested here, you've got all of the reports listed before you of various boards, commissions, vendors for the city. I will just say briefly on this agenda that there's some of these, as it's been explained to me by the interim city administrator, some of these reports are a little bit more accurate than others, and so I will be placing an agenda item for the future to discuss how we handle some of these reports. There's some discrepancies that she's done a great job in locating, so we'll have an agenda item on that at some point. Until then, enjoy your reading. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Have a motion? I don't need
Second.
a second. I'll take a second though. All those in favor say aye, opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye.
Being unanimous, we are adjourned.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Didn't want to jump in there,
Thank
but
you for your
I appreciate
service.
it.